No, I don't want to be the person to stop you from doing real life stuff. Oh, that's too loud. There we go. How you doing? Oh, I was gonna bring the German Shepherd in. Let me get my shoes on. I'll go get the Sheps. The Sheppies. Yeah, you're with Papa. Go get a bone or something. Where's your ball? Find a ball. Go find a ball. Where's the ball? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm right here. I'm right here. Oh Jesus, you're gonna hit your head on the fan. Calm down. Stop. 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 I love you too. I love you too. You're gonna hit your head on the fan. You're gonna hit your head on the fan. Stop. Calvin, stop. You're gonna hit your head on the fan. There you go. Goodness gracious. All right. Now, stay here. Hey, everything's fine. Okay. Stop. Boy. Boy. I gotta get to work, okay? Oh, I know. I know. But that doesn't mean you can't hang out. I know. But that doesn't mean you can't hang out. You can hang out with me. Do you want to hang out with Papa? Yeah? Okay. Look, there's all this room under here now. And you're still finding a way to mess everything up. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Everybody's here. Papa's here. You're here. We're both here. And you got a spot under my feet you can lay. Aw, Tina says hi. Tina says hi. Lunesta, how's it going? Hey, everything's fine. Go get a ball. Go find your ball. Where's your ball? Well, go find it. Where is it? I gotta go get a ball for him. He's gonna lose his mind. You stay here. Wait. We're back. Here you go. Here, go get it. Here you go. You got a big tennis ball. Okay, Papa's got to play with his tennis ball now. Oh, Lunesta, how's it going? Let me put this over this way. This way. This way. Son of a biscuit. There we go. Everyone's all complaining that I'm not somewhere. Yeah. Is he there? Yeah, he's on the couch. He's on the bed. He's back there. Chewing him balls. Chewing him balls. Oh, I gotta get my laptop. Where's my laptop, Cal? Thought it was right here. Did you put it somewhere, Calvin? What? My laptop. I thought I had it. I had it in here yesterday to do. We were going to try to stream a demo. Give me a second. Wait. Jeez. You missed me that much? I was gone for 5 seconds? Oh my goodness. Papa left me. He left me. She's like, why is there another big dog here? Just you and me, Mama. Why am I hearing that? I have to commit some code I did. It was like only 2 lines, but it was 2 important lines. Okay. Oh, he's such a big baby boy. Why is he sad? Should I be sad? That's what he's thinking. It's a little bit better. It's still a thing, but it's not nearly as bad. It's generally like he does it when I'm with him, but we're not doing something together. So I really think it's like a part of it is like a neurosis. Is that the term psychologically? Like he just does it when he's like kind of bored. But yeah, he's just crying right now. He's just whining. It's because he has a BALL. He has a BALL, and we're not throwing the BALL. BALL. There we go. We can say that. And so because of that, he's very perturbed. He's like, I don't understand. We got a ball. See, I shouldn't have said the word. We got a ball. Why aren't we doing something with this thing? But then I said it like 3 times. No. Why did you say the word? Don't say it. Godot. Arborist. There we go. Tina's like, huh? Might have to switch to headphones. Okay, I'll stop saying it. Okay, so I started more work on the mesh when I was not streaming. And right now you'll see this line here. I just have this here to represent where the cut is going to be from that center point. And then we're supposed to be splitting it. And we are getting back one object with size and the other one without. Now, something tells me I didn't actually push the changes that I made, or I didn't get them. Work on splitting mesh. No, it's right there. Now, I did this yesterday. Controller chainsaw. And I did a bunch of work here.
So we're just going to keep going at this. This is going to be boring for a little bit. Ghost, how's it going? Lunesta, how you doing? Jacob, what's up? Run me a 10K today. Going to runner's heaven. Otherwise, working on some continuous integration for web and Windows builds for Unfabled Footy, so I don't have to do it locally anymore. Nice. Just get an old box. Set up an old box for it. So we're printing the basis. Using my wife's pooter. Nice. Web is building and uploading. Very nice. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that GitHub bullshit. The surprise, here's a $30 bill. Thanks. Self-hosted. Oh, I gotcha. But they are going to charge. Yeah, I mean, that's when you just learn some shell scripting, really. I mean, that's all it is you're doing the work that would be the same work involved in learning how to script it from like a shell script. So you might as well just do the shell script because that's how you do it for free. I love how these companies just constantly reinvent things that already exist and do it 10 times worse. It's wild. Says the guy making a Mario clone. Just kidding. This isn't Mario. That's not Mario. Okay, so we're trying to put this for webhook exact. Yeah. Get the sliced meshes. We print them out. And so we have no position, mesh size. This looks like a real thing. Out mesh. So mesh 2 is just dead. Combiner update shape. See, this is a hook that is not documented. Now this is CSG shape. Ooh, a little bit of dyslexia popping in there. Yeah, while they're charging for the self-hosted solution. Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah, that's so funny. Because at that point, it's like, well, you can do anything. You have a computer. Like, Tapper, how's it going? Somewhere in those, somebody's script or whatever that you're using is the commands you need to not have to use that script. It's been years. It's been 84 years. Update shop. Geometry. No, it's not there. Just layers and layers. Yeah. Goes for miles. Update shape is not there. Update shape is not there. So this is an undocumented hook this son of a bitch is using. Combiner. CSG Combiner is doing this. So let's go to CSG Combiner. CSG shape. CSG Combiner. No hooks here. Goes back to CSG shape. Update shape. What if I do this? Undocumented? Lunesta. All right. Lunesta's getting ready for a joke. Okay. A 10K. Yo, mama. Guys, I can't believe we're already 5 in. Oh, crap. That's right. Hang on. There was something I wanted to do for when I get follows. There's 2 things I want to add sound-wise. Let me track it down. Okay, hang on. It's not from... Copy. Sorry, I have to pull this down over here. We're going to go to our roots. Sorry, I'm trying to download there's an audio clip I want to get from a YouTube video. God bless it. Yeah, we got the warm thing going on as well. We've got the warm thing going on as well, Jacob. I won't be able to do the thing I wanted to do, so we'll do that later. I think I got to do it on the laptop. 90-degree days. Jesus, this summer is going to be awful. It's going to be hot. Brought their kid to the pool in February. Jeez. Shit's wild. That's not even warm. That's hot. That's hot. Do we have the right mesh? Mesh instance trace D. Transform. Global transform. Cut mesh. That's what we're cutting with. A child combiner. So you know what we need? We just need a combiner. Always sitting, always waiting. So let's we're just gonna treat this like we're doing this as we're making a game. So we'll just add a CSG combiner, just chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. We'll just have it somewhere. Just floating out there. Outside of school. Yeah, dude, I had to open the windows yesterday. I specifically opened all the blinds to get the house hot so I could let some air in, because you know how it gets in the winter. So yeah, it was 72 inside our house yesterday. Fahrenheit, of course, freedom units. What would that be in 22? 22 in Celsius? But yeah, in freedom units it was warm. Let's see. Some warmness. Exports. Var. This is public. Excuse me. CSG combiner trace D. So this is just always around. How about that? Catch me outside. Save it. Thank you. You wanted to shit on Celsius? I think for degrees of human flesh differentiating values of cold and warm, Celsius is not the best, but obviously it is the way. But I also think that having lived in this country and how little the opportunity is to say those units and use those units, it's a bit like asking somebody who's not from a country why don't they speak the language of a different country. Let's see. We speak American here. Oh, God. Get out of here. Speaking that weird language. So CSG Combiner 3D, complex arrangements of shapes. Everything goes under that. So if we get rid of this son of a bitch, everything that we need broken is broke. We don't need that. And then we go here and we say game CSG Combiner like that. Cannot find it in game. Well, that's full of hogwash is what I say, because that's actually, it's right there. Game CSG Combiner. Combiner. A licky boom boom down. A scoopy doop dooby dooby doo. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. A boop-a-doo-boo down. So eventually this isn't going to be on the chainsaw anyways, but we'll I love the story of that Snow album where it was like the Canadian government's like, "Hey, we need more Jamaican representation in our culture, so we'll subsidize somebody who wants to make a reggae album." And he's like, "Me want to make them reggae. I'm a reggae. I can sing them." And he just like fucking comes in. He's like, "Yo, man." It's like, okay, dude. No, me make the reggae album. It's like, all right, okay. Here's the money. Jerk chicken. It's like, all right, okay, Snow. We got it, Snow. He's real. He's still white as snow. You know what they call me? Oh, man. So what's broken here? Why are we broke? Oh, yeah, it's okay. It's saying it can't find it. It's right here. It's right here. Why can't you find it? Me won't make an album. All right, Snow. Oh, it's because, you know what it is? I know what it is. It's not static. You know, all the crazy crime and everything in Canada. All right. Does he chew on tennis balls like gum? Hell yeah, he does. It's so gross. They get so soppy wet, Em. Even when you play catch with him, every time you get the ball from him, even if he's had it for like 2 seconds, it's soaking wet. But yeah, it's the grossest sound. I need to get it. It would be good Foley for something. Because it's like semi-rubbery, but also like sloppy. It's gross. Combiner, not declared in current scope. Combiner. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Something's wrong with my combiner. Scrooby-doop, dooby-dooby-doo. Line 52 is gone. Combiner. 52. What the hell are you talking about? There's no combiner here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where did our code go? Q free. What? combiner. All right, so now we have some real error messages here. Get messages, get meshes. Okay, we'll be okay. We're gonna be fine. Clean up. Q free. Qua free. You're the one who thought it. I didn't think it. You thunk it. Then you spoke it. Oh shit, one of them was right. One of them was right. One of them was right. Okay, so we have a Q free. That's why this broke. We're getting there. Get rid of the qua free. We don't need to get rid of qua free. Okay, we're getting there. It's going. We're about to reconnect all of our mesh cutting stuff that we had when we first prototyped it. Look at that. Okay, we're not getting any errors, and we're getting two sides of a mesh. And the funny thing is it's attached to the chainsaw right now. So if let me get out of here. And then if I come over here, bring the chainsaw back out, it's technically on the scene somewhere. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. Thornity, how you doing though? How's the mansion? I just flew in from Bermuda. But yeah, we got the chainsaw noise. We got a little bit of jitter. We've got I would like to dual wield chainsaws. Would that be an option? We definitely have an Ash reference in it from Dawn of the Dead. Was that the one with the castle? Or not Dawn of the Dead. What was it? What was it? Help me out here, guys. What am I thinking of? The Sam Raimi movie, the second one. They couldn't say that. They couldn't say the name of. They couldn't call it. It was a sequel, but they couldn't really say it was. Night of the Living Dead, and then Night of the Living Dead. Evil Dead. That's the one. Evil Dead. Evil Dead's the one with the chainsaw, right? No, Evil Dead. Evil Dead's the first one. Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness. That's what I'm thinking of. Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness. Yeah, we got it. We're still in it. We're still hip and cool. Okay, so now we have the meshes. We have to believe that the meshes exist. And now we are going to add the mesh. Let's add it to the game world. Make an instance inside. You know what? How about you make your mom instead? How about that? Okay, so we can't add it to game because we don't have a reference. It's not static. It is not a singleton. It ain't no singleton. Ain't no singleton, girl. Do, cause I ain't no singleton, girl. It's my shit. It's my shit. Do. It's my shit. It's my shit. Do. It's my shit. It's my shit. Let's see. Do, ba-do, boop, boop, do, cause I ain't no hollaback girl. Right, guys? Scooby, doo, 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 doo. Add child would. Ooh, child. Things are gonna get easier. Someday, I poop my pants in the middle of the night. Someday, things will get poopy. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bop. If we have a singleton, let me ask you this. Who needs a jukebox when you have cricket? Hell yeah. One of the funnier things my daughter did when she was younger is one of her friends called a jukebox. I forget. Her friend called it something wrong, and then she really expressively wrote a note and put it on the jukebox and said it's a jute box, not a whatever the friend had said, which was also wrong. It was really cute. It's just the way that she was defiantly incorrect. Like all of us sometimes, I suppose. It's cute. By the way, nights, instead of playing Fantasy Life with my daughter, we're going to get back to making games together. And we're making this, it's actually an idle game, but we were working on it before they were big again. We prototyped it and everything. We have all these but it's just a cute little farming idler thing. And it's all on one screen, and you just hit the buttons to farm and plant seeds and stuff. It was all her idea. So, well, a combination of me saying, that's too big a scope, that's too big a scope, that's too big a scope. But I know the irony is we're going to work on that at nights together for like an hour together every night. And then in a week, we'll have a game compared to even this. That'll be just great. That'll be just great. So we need a singleton to be able to reference Game. Game. Now, we know when we run the game that we run this scene. Game. Game. Now, we know that Game is a class name. Can we can't have a class name because it's going to be a node. See, what I almost want to do, and this is what I'm starting to do in Godot projects, is everyone's like, don't use singletons. I'm like, hell yeah, use singletons. Because I need to be able to reference things without like getting parents and all this stuff, and having a singleton that knows where the root of everything is, and then you can just, there is get tree, but the singleton reference, you can reference by class name as static, right? So you don't have to get the tree and do all that bullshit. It's just easier. I don't know. So my temptation is always to just, like, you want to name it game. What I'm trying to avoid, but what I think I need to do just to get this moving quicker, is we have to load things in. I don't want to do that right now, though. So I'm trying to do this in a way where I don't have to worry about that. Take a chance. Take a chance on me, baby, poop my pants. So how about we just do this? Here's what we'll do. Because it needs to exist somewhere. Get a handle. Yeah. Leginger. I gotta play your game, Leginger. Leginger has a demo out. Shout out. Leginger. Leginger has why is my shout out not working for you? I have a shout out for you. Oh, it's your name, exclamation point. God, I'm such a boomer. This guy's a boomer. There it is. All hell the orb. Demo's out now. I'm balls deep. I am balls deep. We're balls deep right now. Take a chance on me. Baby, eat a burrito. Or some nachos. You know they're really yums. Yummy dummy tums. Yummy dummy tums. Okay. We'll call it main. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Eat some Tums on me. Man. I mean, I could call it root, but I think that's a reserved word, right? So we call it main. Let's rename it to lowercase main. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plains. The rains in Spain fall mainly on the plains. Do 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 do. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plains. Do 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 do. Idle Club covered my game. Went from 900 whistlers to 1850 in 24 hours. Damn. Idle Club. The hell's that? Oh, it's a German guy living in Canada, playing mostly bullet heaven, incremental action, roguelike, and tower defense type of games. I see. Did you just pop the ball? No, he's okay. God, he's so strong with his little teefies. It's getting them biting jaws all strong to bite people's arms off. Haven't started Outreach games yet. He picked it up, but he played a version 3 weeks old. I see. Well, FOMO will start kicking in for those streamers, and they'll be like, oh, son of a bitch beat me to it. I'm going to do a better job than him. So, might not have to do too much work, especially once you have one big one. Then you can say, this guy played it. What are you doing, loser? But in a nice way, right? Got to get that. Everyone is so manipulable with FOMO. So, tap into the human psyche of wanting to be included. Do it. Static. See, it doesn't even need to be static though, because we're going to have it via, but we have a class name. So technically it doesn't have to be static because we have a reference to it and it's a singleton. But we'll say static var game. It's that simple. And now all we have to do is on ready for now. This is our complex loading system. Is we're going to instantiate game and set it to this. And then we can reference game anywhere else we need to. So it'll be main game, blah, 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 blah. But then at the same point, it's like, why not just call it main? Or why not just call it game? But we'll get there. He has Charmin? Oh. Hoping to have some big hitters on the game, but we'll see. Dude, 1800's nothing to wag a finger at, especially in 24 hours. That's a good sign, right? That means you're getting a lot of demo plays now too, right? The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plains. Do 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 do. Const game scene. The constants are all caps, right? Game packed scene. And this is game packed scene equals preload. The game in Spain falls mainly on the plains. Do 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 do. There's our preloader, and then we say game equals game pack scene instantiate. There's our complicated load. Okay, so then all we have to do is reference this instead as the main scene. Oh, and then what we have to do is add child game. Okay, that's it. Now we say main instead of game. And so we go here, scenes, main, and we're all set. Booyakasha, as my son would say. Just reach out. Look at that. It's like nothing changed. Do, 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 do. Now we can reference here. We go main game. And that's it. And then here we go. Boop. All right. Invalid assignment of property or key, cutting tree object with value type, rigid body, wood on base object type script. Control free move line 27. GG. 27 GG. Well, that's bullshit. Free move. Free move. Whoops, wrong thing. Ah. So all of these now. Technically, we can't do it this way. We have to do, but it's static. It's static, right? If it's static, we're golden. If it's not static, we're not golden. Game cutting tree objects. I don't see that shit anywhere. Cutting tree object. There it is. Static. Where is this coming from? Laser dot. Ah. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, ColecoVision, and Sega Genesis. Cutting tree object. Dun, 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 dun. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plains. Dun, 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 dun. Cutting tree object. With value type wood on base object of type GD script. What? What? Line 27. What? Get collider. On base object type. What? Rigid body wood. Okay, so this is actually correct. We're not wood anymore. We're lumber, baby. Chainsaw Man anime? I don't have time to watch any anime. I haven't watched... I mean, the last time I watched anime was like with you way back in the day. The other ones that I've watched after that have all been Ghibli and one or two other ones that always end up having really gross like things in them, but the rest of it's fine. It's always something with a girl or something. Well, we watched like 4 episodes and Trish and I got into it and then the kids were like done with it. We're like really interested in it and it's funny and everything but they're not really into it. It's all kids baking championship, dude. All we do is watch little kids cry when they lose. So the kids love that. Little psychopaths. I'm kidding. Rigid body wood. We're lumber, baby. Invalid assignment of property key type with rigid body wood. Rigid body wood. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Lumber. It says it's lumber, god damn it. Let's do a search. Wood. Would that it were. Would that it were. Chainsaw var wood. Wood new. Would that it were. Would that it were. Has anyone seen that movie? It's one of my favorite movies. I like Coen movies. They're good. Wood. Control Chainsaw 171. With reference to wood. And nothing is complaining about it. Would that it were. 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 You guys know what I'm talking about? We got to watch it real quick. I'm going to get flagged when I do this. Hang on. I think I can do this without getting the audio flagged. So this is from Hail Caesar, which is all about would that it were so simple. Would that it were. It's about the Hollywood movie scene in like the 40s or whatever. And a writer gets kidnapped by some communists. And they're trying to make an epic movie about Jesus. Jesus' crucifixion, along with a bunch of other studio films. And one of their actors like gets sick or something, so they hire they move one of their contract actors, who's like a cowboy guy, to do like a fancy, posh, rich people movie, and he can't say the lines. That's the setup. All right. Hang on. Let me see if the sound is Nope, you guys don't see it. Hang on. Do we unhide all? Unhide all. God damn it. Fine. I'll just get striked. Strike me down. Nobody's here anyways. You guys aren't listening to me. You guys don't give a shit. I'm going to watch it just because it makes me happy. So screw you guys. Would that it were. Would that it were.
All my life, I never thought finding love would be this.
Oh, I'm getting an ad for one of those Jesus movies. Speaking of getting tricked. God, was it? I love you too. I love you too! No, you're going to knock me down. I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall. I love you too. I love you too. Aww. Are you even on frame? It's just you. You're pushing me back. They're gonna think we're more than.
What
just
the dog doing?
Are you taking over the stream, Calvin? Hey guys, welcome to my podcast. It's about dogs and my papa. Okay, down you go. Get them. Here we go. Here's the scene. Calvin, don't unplug anything.
Merrily We Dance, 27 Apple, take 2. Action.
Oh, Monty, come join me on the divan. Seems Allegra's a no-show, which is simply a bore. But I'll partner you in bridge. Why the pout?
Would that? It were so simple.
Cut. Very good. Very good. Come.
What the dog doing?
All right, let's try this. Your line, just say it as I say it. Say your line exactly as I'm about to. Just as I'm about to do.
Sure, okay.
Would that it were so simple.
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 My dear boy, why do you say that? Why do you say twere?
Well, you should say it like I said it.
Yes.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple. Would that it were so simple.
Watch my mouth. Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Keep your head still. Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
I'm trying to say that, Mr. Lawrence.
Lawrence,
I thought a minute ago it was Lawrence.
No, we can use Christian names, my good dear boy. Lawrence is fine, just as I call you Hobie.
Okay.
So, would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple. Trippingly.
Would that it were so simple. Trippingly.
No, don't say trippingly. Say the line trippingly.
Would that it were. Would that it. Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple. Would that it were so simple. Would that it were. Would that it were so simple.
Rueful.
Would that it were so simple.
Rueful, simple.
Would that it were.
Soulful, simple.
Would that it were
Or
so
soulful.
simple.
You could say soulful, rueful, soulful. Would that it were so simple.
Would that it. Would that it were so simple.
Why are you doing this?
Would that it were so simple. Would that
Just keep still.
Oh, that's right. They steal an actor. Oh God, it's from Hell Caesar. That's right. They steal an actor, and then they these communists, the communist writers, steal an actor to hold him hostage. My favorite part of the movie is they get the hostage money, and they go out into the ocean, and there's this, this Soviet sub that comes up from under the water, and they're trying to hand the guy the money in this suitcase, and they drop it in the ocean, and none of them will do any work to like pick it up. And it just floats away. No. Oh shit. It just cracks me up. Cause they're all like talking about, the sweat of our brow and labor, and we should be able to like them, it's we make the movies, we write them, and blah, 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 blah. And then when they actually get this money that they're trying to like steal from the system to give to their Soviet, comrades or whatever, it falls in the water and they won't do anything to try and get it. It's just, I don't know why it always cracks me up. Anyways, going all right. Just doing auditions. Nice. Mariano, how's it going? And then at the very end, when you see who plays Jesus, it's great. It's good stuff. It's a good movie. It's a great movie. People should watch it. But it's a certain kind of humor that I guess maybe I'm a weirdo. What was I saying? Would that it were. Would that it were. Would that it were. Would that it were. Who plays Jesus? Michael Cera. But you only see him for like 2 seconds. Mostly you see his feet. Oh, they try to get they have, it's literally the joke, a priest, a rabbi, and blah 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 blah. They're trying to get like the approval of all the world's religions for the film about their portrayal of Jesus. And that's a good scene too. We're going to play that one. Screw you guys. Hi, Doddle. How's it going?
I know you have parishes,
Let's just watch the whole movie. Let's do it.
flocks, and temples making enormous demands on your time, but I'm sure you appreciate also that great masses of humanity look to pictures for information and uplift and, yes, entertainment. Here at Capitol Pictures, as you know, an army of technicians and actors and top-notch artistic people are working hard to bring to the screen the story of the Christ. It's a swell story. A story told before, yes, but we'd like to flatter ourselves that it's never been told with this kind of distinction and panache.
Perhaps, sir, you forget its telling in the Holy Bible.
Quite right, Patriarch. The Bible, of course, is terrific, but for millions of people, pictures will be their reference point for the story. The story's
Bible's
embodiment.
terrific.
The story's,
Realization.
realization.
You realize, of course, that for we Jews, any visual depiction of the Godhead is most strictly prohibited.
Oh.
But of course, for us, the man Jesus Nazarene is not God.
Aha!
Who plays Christ?
A kid we're all very excited about. Todd Hawkeiser. Wonderful young actor we found in Akron, Ohio in a nationwide talent hunt. But Hawkeiser is seen only fleetingly and with extreme taste. Our story is told through the eyes of a Roman tribune, Autolycus Antoninus. Ordinary man, skeptical at first, but who comes to a grudging respect for this swell figure from the East. And Autolycus is played by
Swell figure.
Baird Whitlock.
Oh, my. Well, he is certainly a great talent.
Now, Hail Caesar is a prestige picture, our biggest release of the year, and we're devoting huge resources to its production in order to make it first class in every respect. Gentlemen, given its enormous expense, we don't want to send it to market except in the certainty that it will not offend any reasonable American, regardless of faith or creed. Now, that's where you come in. You've read the script. I want to know if the theological elements of the story are up to snuff.
I thought the chariot scene was fakey. How is he going to jump from one chariot to the other going full speed?
Uh-huh. Well, we can look at that. But as for the religious aspect, does the depiction of Christ Jesus cut the mustard?
Well, the nature of Christ is not quite as simple as your photoplay would have it.
How so, Father?
It's not the case simply that Christ is God or God Christ.
You could say that again. The Nazarene was not God.
He was not God.
He was a man.
Part God.
No, sir.
Rabbi, all of us have a little bit of God in us, don't we?
Well, it's the foundation of our belief that Christ is most properly referred to as the Son of God. It's the Son of God who takes the sins of the world upon himself, so that the rest of God's children, we imperfect beings, through faith, may enter the kingdom of heaven.
So God is split?
Yes and no.
There is unity in division.
And division in unity.
I'm not sure I follow, Padre.
Young man, you don't follow for a very simple reason. These men are screwballs. God has children. What? And a dog? A collie, maybe? God doesn't have children. He's a bachelor and very angry.
No, he used to be angry.
What, he got over it?
You worship the God of another age.
Who has no love.
Not true. He likes Jews.
God loves everyone.
God is love.
God is who is.
This is special? Who isn't who is?
But how should God be rendered in a motion picture?
God isn't in the motion picture.
Then who is Todd Hawkeiser?
Gentlemen, maybe we're biting off more than we can chew. We don't need to agree on the nature of the deity here. If we could focus on the Christ, whatever his parentage. My question is our depiction fair?
I have seen worse.
Reverend?
There's nothing to offend a reasonable man.
Father?
Well, the motion picture teleplay was respectful and exhibited tastefulness and class.
Who made you an expert all of a sudden?
And what do you think, Rabbi?
I haven't an opinion.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's enough of that. Sorry. Cracks me up. You want me to clean your ears? I'm going to clean Calvin's ears. Give me a second. Well, we don't do Santa Claus. So, so I'm already screwing my kids up, I bet. Somehow. We I mean they, you know, it doesn't really come up that often. My daughter had sort of a very young existential crisis when she was like 3. And she started to kind of figure things out for some reason.
What the dog doing?
Stop it. He's asking to go out. I might have to put him downstairs. I find with kids, you only really need to make a big deal out of something if a big deal is made out of something. So we just don't really discuss it in any really deep way. Fiera, how's it going? Other kids bring it up is usually, that's how any idea gets planted though, right? So I can't think of every wild fucking thing that some kid's going to tell another kid to, and then they start to believe that thing. It's the same cam. It's the same cam. It's just now you got a depth of field, so I look all fancy pants. But this is a green screen. It's not really there. Just kidding. Just kidding. I mean, my daughter was freaked out about this stupid triangle guy from Gravity Falls because one of her friends said that he's real and blah, blah, blah. And so we had to deal with that for a while. And she thought if anyone knew about it, they'd die and all this crazy bullshit. So... Null instance. Funk ready. Funk ready. All right, so we're going over to lumber. Climb points. Mesh instance is null. We don't have a reference to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I find it hard to like, if I start to hear the sounds, here's what we believe or something, I start to get very like, no. I don't know. I'm trying more to try and raise them to be critical and analytical than anything. But the yeah. Nah. I mean, anytime we try to explain that stuff to them, they're like, really? Because kids are like, oh, heaven and hell. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. But then it's like, you know, like with Christ and like, well, some people believe that you can actually, like the sacrament is like his body is actually there and it's like through this thing called whatever. And some people believe that if you're quote unquote, you're born into sin and if your sins are forgiven, then you'll have eternal life no matter what. And then some people believe that only through hard work can you find God. And then some people believe all this other stuff, blah, 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 blah. And, I don't know. That's a lot to. And then a lot of religions say they believe one thing, and then they have these little secret things that they do later on that are actually showing that they believe something else. And then, like, when she's older, though, I need to harden her against specific things, though. But it's not really the biggest deal. She's more than once tried to free people from the belief of Santa. We've been very careful about like, look, and this is how it is with all religion, and Santa's a great starting point with that. It's like some parents tell their kids that Santa's this thing and some use it to control their behavior. Some think it's fun and whimsical, but they tell them that their presents and stuff come from the sky, it comes down chimney, blah, blah, blah. Mud's house was built on an Indian burial ground. Did you know that, Cricket? No. Speaking of, look at that dog. Look at him slowly climbing up. What is he doing? He's being sneaky right now. That was a sneaky climb. Oh. And he's on the bed. There he goes. Look he's got a little coon tail. It's a little raccoon tail. You see that? I always think his tail looks like a raccoon's. But yeah, my dad was super religious and I'm not. I find if you try and, at least the way that I've seen it throughout my experience, is if you especially try to, this is what we think, this is what we believe. When they become a teenager, they're going to question all of that. So, I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so what we're trying to do is set up the lumber so that when we do a new, because right now we're referencing this local instance. So how about this? We're just going to say Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. So we need an instantiation. When we do... What? No, I definitely didn't go get a piercing as a teen in my angst phase. Some asshole trolled my whole area an hour or two ago. What are you talking about, Growling? on the lips for like a year when I was 22. What's wrong there? I put him up there so he wouldn't get him. There was a Mercaptan truck, you know, the smelly stuff added to natural gas. Oh, that was leaking on the freeway nearby, so the whole area smelled like a gas leak. Oh, dude, that's going to give you a headache. So for each mesh, and then we're creating a static body. Sorry, guys, we're going through this. We had this cheap way of doing this, and now we're trying to actually do this cut thing. So this is just us hanging out today. Sorry about that. I think he wants to go outside. All right, he's going to go outside with Mama. He was just staring at the door. Yep. Yeah, M's got problems, guys. I'm kidding. Okay, so if we say lumber new and then mesh new, and then we have an initializer, and we do all this on the lumber. This is going to go here, and then this is going to go here. And we're going to say mesh. We don't need a new mesh instance. We get rid of that. And then everything that says new mesh instance is now suddenly going to change to just that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Expected at most 0, but received 1. Lumber is now init mesh. Am I crazy, but new is the init? And we need to pass the transform. No. But I think a lot like bigotry, this is going to sound bad, and I have every respect for anybody who believes any sort of religious thing as far as a human being and that we can all live together and all that stuff. And I don't think it any less than anyone else who may believe something, because I did. And things change. But regardless, I think the less you point out certain things in childhood and make a hubbub about it. When they get older, if you could just respect that they're capable thinking human beings and that that's what you're raising, I feel like a lot of times they're going to just call a spade a spade. I believe in Odin. See, that was the enlightening part for me. When I was studying Norse mythology and everything, and I'm like, I don't understand Altri. How can if Midgard is, the mountains and stuff are these dead gods and like I'm like, I don't understand how the idea of the Altri is a tree, but you can travel to the different realms from this tree and through the Bifrost, all this shit, right? I'm like, what? I don't get this. And then I'm like, oh, it's heaven and hell. Like, I was perfectly willing to accept that. And it made sense to me. And I'm like, this is no different than that. And as soon as I thought of it that way, I was like, yeah, I get how people believe that. I get it. Especially like the, you have Aurora Borealis and you have that. And it's like, that's the Valkyrie, and you literally can see the Valkyrie and stuff. It makes me, over time, I actually respect the religions where it's like, oh, you worship the sun is your god, and people are like, that's so stupid. It's like, yeah, it's right there. Do you see that? I can see mine. And it's like, oh yeah, I kind of respect that too. So I don't think any different of people who believe in religion unless it's not my religion. Damn! If you want to know the true religion, watch The Good Place. Yeah, we've seen that. That's great. And then, yeah, it's the month names are really funny because it's like all these like Roman guys are like, I want a month. When do I get a month? It's like the names of the months are like in numerical order, and then it's like, well, wait a minute, why is October? And then it's like, wait a minute, things are screwy, something's wrong, and it's like, oh yeah, some guy wanted a month too, so we gave it to him. Working on getting wood. Hell yeah. Got to get the wood in the bedroom. Am I wrong about could not parse lumber? So now it's saying it can't parse it. Oh. And rightly so. Non-static function init. Make an instance first. So I have to say new and then I initialize? What? Okay.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Nahala, thank you for the follow. Why do you have to keep refreshing him? People are innately narcissistic to a point. I think the real trick, though, guys, it's easy to spot something like a religious thing and go, look at those idiots. The really hard part is to look at the way that we have an entire set of beliefs that are completely nonsense as well, that everyone sort of agrees to go along with. And that's a lot harder to shake people out of. I don't have a problem with, like, the way that I look at it is it's hard to find, and the people who don't, when I can hear the argument if I say this, but the thing that I appreciate about religious individuals, and I'm talking, there's a certain branch of them, as I'm staring at the word branch, but like the Christians that truly act like Christ, they're not going around, it's through their acts you will know them, kind of thing, right? And so that's nice to see that. And the fact that people would all gather together and say, hey, you know what, once a week we're going to kind of go to group therapy and we're going to try to be better people. And again, this is with the caveat of a lot of churches use things like blackballing. You're clearly not from around here. Someone got a divorce and now we're going to kind of excommunicate the wife. Stuff like that, right? That's not what I'm talking about. And that's where the bullshit comes in. But I try and think about what is it that, say, non-religious, is there an essentially the equivalent of a non-religious, like, hey, we're going to get together and try to do good things. And I guess it's volunteerism and just volunteering your time and doing good acts. But yeah, I have respect for that for sure. I lived in the Bible Belt for 10 years. You don't have to tell me. Yeah, it's wild. We're getting there, guys. Rewriting a bunch of shit. Why are we doing mesh twice? We're getting there. I don't know. Yeah, but I can see, you know, like for instance, this recent stuff going on in the States, to see the way that people autopilot their reaction to an event and automatically find a defense for their quote unquote side for something that happens that's almost inarguably tragic and awful. That's that autopilot religious kind of thinking. But yeah. And now back to wood. Exactly. Back to wood. Let's get back to the wood. And now back to wood. We need what's his name for our following sound effects. Who's that guy from who works with wood and in knit line 11? 11. Right off the bat. What are we bitching about? Invalid assignment of property or key global transform on type transform 3D on base object nil. So we don't have an object. So we have to create one first. $128. Or just 28. 28. What are we bitching about? Invalid access to property key or mesh on null. Null instance. So we have a mesh here. Getting there. I promise you there's a reason for all of this. Okay, they're both pointing to the same mesh. But then when we go over here, we're null for some reason. Weird. Object is null. So we go from having something to not having something. Am I freeing this somehow? Is it we're not in the scene? Oh. Huh. Huh. I will say whoever the assholes are that when you're working a minimum wage job and they leave a fake $100 bill and then you open it up and it's like, money's not everything. You got to find Christ. That's what's wrong with you. What I fucking hate about that is I know what you're doing. You look at me and you find pity on me. Go fuck yourself. That's the shit I can't stand. Is when people get like holier than thou and they look upon someone else and they think, oh, that poor person. And they see you and they see this invisible thing that they've created about your circumstance and your life. And then we need to save him. And then they give you a fake $100 tip. And then it's like, oh, surprise, motherfucker, you need Jesus. It's like you're not doing a very good job selling your belief system if that's your approach. Because Jesus would have had you give me that $100 if that's how you felt. Yeah, dude, Jesus was constantly giving all the lepers fake money. I forgot about that. And he said unto them, surprise, sucker. Give up all your fake money unto everyone. Oh, God. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. Almost back, guys. Almost back. Yeah, I used to be a server at a restaurant that was near a church, so they would let Sunday out and we get flooded from patrons there. And they would tip me with this card that had like a mood ring on it. So you put your thumb on it, and if it turns green or whatever, you're a sinner. It always turned green. Jesus Christ. Another time a guest asked me, if you were in a car accident, where would you go? And I was like, through the windshield? What are you talking about? Yeah, the setup. Because belief is a oh man, I hate that stuff. Yeah, that implicit ready lumberjack on line 7. Oh, this is a good hint. Oh, because we're not in a no, not found. So when does this happen? This is what's wiping it out. This is it. So for now, we're going to sometimes have a mesh instance. So if mesh instance is null, then we're going to assign it. We're going to presume that there should be one. Okay, this should do it. We're getting so close. Then we shit the bed again. Maybe not. Line 9. Do we have to do is no? Is null? Lumberjack ready. Invalid access on mesh. Mesh is null. Oh, we have double equals. Whoopsie doodle. There we go. Okay. Lumber 32. Hey, we're getting there. We're getting there. Invalid access to property or key or height on type of array mesh. Right. Let's get rid of climb points for now. Uh-oh. 2 mesh instances. 2 mesh instances. 1 mesh leave. Game. There they are, rigid bodies. Oh, there's one side. Oh, they're on the same side. Tree object. Okay. Are we falling? Mass. We're not falling. Mesh. Let's save the mesh. The material. The AABBBB, the ABBA is not anything. Neither is this one. Ah. Okay. Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. Take a chance on me. What did he say? I was just professing my undying love for Tina. The chainsaw's loud. So I should I increase the volume? Is that what you're saying? You can bring him back. He's my boy. Get access to line bounding box. Hey, bud. The Shep's back. Oh, I know. They're all playing and you don't get to play with them, and I know that's the worst. I know. They're out there playing. I know, and you don't get to play. I know. No, this is free engagement. You get them to complain about something. Okay. Free engagement, baby. All right, fine. You know what we'll do? Since you sissies can't handle the true sound of a chainsaw, we'll lower the volume down. So you guys can stop crying about it. All right, guys, I'm back. Quick talking crap about me. So then this other time, Lunesta's all... What is it, boy? What is it, boy? Take a chance on me. Baby, poop my pants again. Eating Taco Bell. Okay. Is that better, you little sissies? Hey, bud. They're crying about our chainsaw because they're little crybabies. Custom ABBA. Let's check the tree objects. Mesh. Okay, so no custom ABBA. Take a chant, take a chant, take a chant, take a chant, chant, chant. So there's our objects. Relative. Oh, are we in the wrong? Where are we? We're over here. Our rigid body may be here, but our mesh is here. Is that what's going on? Oh, we're over here. Where are we? No. Who's watching the All-American Halftime Show? So what's going on? I don't understand what's going on with all that. What the hell's going on? I don't know what most of those words mean, Lunesta. What the fuck is Bad Bunny? TP USA? What the hell's that? What? Now, there used to be a way to save the mesh that you that was generated when you were running. I don't see how to do it in 4.6 now. It's acting like it's here. That's all relative. Oh, the rigid body. The rigid body is right. Mesh is 0, 0. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. So this is relative. We don't want to do that. Oh, shit! That's a good sign. You see that? Okay, hang on. Damn, look at this. There's one half. There's the other half. We did it! Okay, so now we're cutting. We have to get rid of the old tree object once we do this, and we have to make sure the joints are right. Perfect gain. Yeah, my I used to have an auto ducking system and a bunch of shit, so if I talked, the audio would duck on other channels and stuff, but we're on Linux and I'm slowly getting that stuff going. Let's see. We have EasyFX right here. We have an input system here. Can we do some sort of chain to do that? Add effects. Duck. Noise reduction. Multiband compressor. Sidechain, is that what we call it? Yeah. LSP or CAF? Okay. Pulse effects, LSP or CAF. Add a compressor or gate effects. Gate. Keep closing it. Gate. Effect not available. Linux Studio plugins is not installed. Okay, let's make that installed then. LSP clap. I see VST. LSP dash plug .in. Yes, this is it. Linux Studio plugins. Let's go ahead and close this. We're going to probably need to close and reopen EasyFX. Done. Okay, we're supposedly have that important, and maybe we can get this going for you guys really quick so you can stop your bitching. Oh, look at all this stuff now. We have all this weird sidechain. There we go. Gate. Effect not available. It is now. we go. Gate, side chain, input device. Okay. Now I'm super low, aren't I? Now everything's okay. Let's do. Let's try something here. See if this does anything. Is everything all messed up right now for you guys? Oops. Hello. Okay, it's not doing jack shit. Desktop audio is way up. Needs a longer. Oh Christ! I don't know any of this stuff. Sidechain there. Reduction. So we see the reduction here. So how do we make sure that we're actually reducing? Let me make sure that. Well, it's possible that we're not using Easy Effects for the desktop audio. It does say we're using Sync. Hysteresis. My cat had hysteresis when my first cat. Okay, so I checked that off. Let's try again. Taco Bell. Now I'm super loud. No, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell. Does jack shit. Okay, well, we can figure this out sometime. This has got to be something here, though. Input, output. Seems. Sidechain is internal, external. Sorry, guys. Are we okay now? No, it's fine, guys. It was working great. All right, I'm going to have to mess with this off stream is what we're hearing. I'm going to turn that off. We'll do that offline, guys. But we have the tools. We have the technology. Thought it would be quick and simple. Taco Bell is good. Did I mention that? It's really yummy and I like it. Eating Taco Bell. So now I think the branch is going to fall when we cut it. Hey! Okay. So we got to get rid of the other branch. And we got to join the one to the side. Okay? So we're getting there. Do you guys believe? Is he beginning to believe? Oh, we need that for a follow sound. I'm just choosing the input. Taco Bell is good. All right. Taco Bell is good. Did I mention that I like some Taco Bell? Eating Taco Bell. That's my favorite thing. Eating Taco Bell. So this is the mesh instance game cutting tree object. So this is the thing we have to nuke. And we need to update the mesh of our tree so that's the same color. Quick load tree bark. Quick load. Tree bark. There we go. So now when we cut it, it should be identical. We only want to remove our friend here. Once we know that we have something. So if we end up with this happening, so if outmesh is not null and outmesh 2 is not null. A lot of this code is still real crappy. Let's go back. Cut this some bitch down. Getting there, boys. Getting it back into business. Oh. Is it still too loud for you pansies? Okay. So sorry guys. I'm sorry I'm being a dick. Not today. No, it's fine.
Do you want me to take him?
Ooh, the noodles. Yeah, probably. It's a challenge for him. Oh, he looks so sweet now. Guys, look at this Jeremy Sheps when he thinks he's getting something. Look at him. See those ears? He's a good boy. Him's a good boy. Miss Cricket. Him's like a female presence. Please, please. No. Us sisters have to stick together. All right, so this is Thai ramen. We'll see. I know you're sitting here with me with my chainsaws and my wood, watching a guy play with his wood. Tina's like, "What are you doing, Mama?" Gross, Mama. All right, you guys don't have to see this background anymore. That's not for you anymore. Get back in the closet with me. Okay, so here's the next problem that we have. When we cut this wood, we're freeing this, right? We're getting rid of this. We have two segments. We have to figure out what segment over here is connecting to the tree. And we have to create a joint over here so we actually don't remove the connection between the branch. Because what we're trying to do right now is just get the slice right, which we have. But if we can prove that we know that what mesh side needs the joint here, right? So I have to figure out how to test for that somehow. I suppose one way is to look at the joint in the global space and see which one it's closest to. But I worry stage change. It's like a one-act play or one man, what's it called when it's one dude? It's like a solo play. Because right now, if we cut it, so let's get rid of the mesh that we're showing on the chainsaw because we don't need that now. The cut mesh we can hide. It should still cut. Let's confirm. Oops. I'm screwing everything up. Okay. Yeah, so we don't need the cut mesh right now. So how do we figure this out? We know precisely where the slice is at, right? So if we have Rect, is it Rect 3D? Is that even a thing? What is the what is the AA Access Align bounding box? So we can get that on a mesh, but what is it? Can we do something with that? So we go get ABBA. Okay, so we have ABBA here. Variant type represents an axis aligned bounding box in 3D space. So it has position and size. Fast overlap tests. Okay. So you can test if the axis aligned bounding box is nothing by just doing a comparison to false. That's cool. So get center, get endpoint. What's this? Returns the position of one of the 8 vertices that composes the bounding box. Okay. So we can go through all 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is it 8? Oh, it's the vertices. Okay. What about faces? I could roll through all the faces and then do a check. Can we do that? Well, that's what we're doing right now. So we can look at, if you haven't seen it. So we come up here. This is where we're at. We just made some major progress here. And cut it. And it falls. No, they all need to be rigid. That's the crazy part. We have to connect them together via joints. That's what makes this a little bit challenging. At least that's going to be my approach, is to make everything a rigid body, including the tree itself. The rigid body of the trunk of the tree connects to the static body of the ground for now. But realistically, the tree is actually going to go under the ground as roots. So some sort of weighted value to indicate how deep the root system is. But I'm not going to care about that just yet. That's later. But when we cut it, what we have to do is figure out, of the thing that we've sliced into now 2 meshes, which one is closest, which of the ones is closest to this one here. And that's where we're going to glue it back together. So we're going to swap the joint out that's here, swap the existing rigid body, and put in the new one. But we have to do a test to figure out which one it is, because we don't just sort of automatically know. But we do have vectors. So what we could do is just say, collision detection algorithms, get support. This might be it. Okay. I got to go say bye to the kiddos. I'll be right back, guys.
Do you like the noodles?
Yeah, it's great.
So you want me to get more?
Yeah, I like them. Do you like them?
Yeah. I expected them like a little bit.
So I've gotten kids watching the news, and ironically, the safest source of news that seems to be okay is NHK, which is the Japanese national television. And so that their news coverage of our events in the world and stuff is all right. Fox News. Oh my God. Got all that shit. You know, it's so if you think about it, it's like cartoons for adults. Like Fox News and like a lot of news channels, it's like adult cartoons where they get to it's so fucking funny. It's to not be self-aware of it too. Because I've been on what was crazy to me. Yeah. What was crazy to me is because I've seen the huffing and puffing guy watching Fox News that's like getting all worked up about those goddamn liberals. And then I actually witnessed it from the other end where it was like a dude getting high watching like CNN or something and doing the same thing. I was like, oh my God, it's the same. But he was doing like the pacing thing while he was watching it. It was like, oh, it's the same. It's kind of the same. Oh my God. TASS? I don't even know what's TASS. But yeah, NHK is like the BBC because you have to pay some sort of fee to be able to have it. And I think BBC is the same way, right? You actually pay some licensing fee to be able to even have it. Oh, Russia news leading agency. Yeah. Let's see. How does that work with the BBC? BBC license fee. It's $180 a year for a color license and pounds, and then 60 pounds for black and white. What the hell? If we choose to watch via television, we pay. Also, radio has a fee. And there is black and white, yeah. Can you still get it over UHF? Or whatever, however that would work? Because in the States, we got rid of those, I guess that's like PBS, but PBS isn't kind of everywhere. It's all digital now. Same here. Which is great because we could get like right where I'm at, I have like 30 channels over the digital rabbit ears. Yeah, it's just on or off basically because now it's digital. It erodes the atmosphere, which they didn't widely publicize. Interesting. Yeah, it is so weird to get a purely digital stream, and it's like bit compression and stuff. So shutting down the transmissions, it required a thing. But yeah, NHK, the English broadcast of NHK, it's pretty decent. I think it's freaking my daughter out a little bit. But we mostly watch it. There's a lot of great programming on it. It's all about Japan, and it's all in there's subtitles, and you hear them speaking Japanese naturally, and it's been really helpful to kind of like, we start to catch on to things. We're like, oh, they're saying, this and that, and we're starting to catch little phrases and stuff, and so it's been good. Don't blame her. Oh, I'm not blaming her. Oh, for freaking out. Oh, yeah.
Gentlemen, this
I don't blame
is
her. Gotcha.
Democracy Manifest.
Oh my gosh. Ertomer Toyazilum. Ertomer Toyazilum. Sorry. I'm butchering that. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. BBC Kids. Every once in a while I'll put on the one with the dog. We're just ordinary men. That's all I remember from it. We're just regular men. I don't know if he's still around though. BBC Children's. Yeah, we'll check it out. News round. Yeah, we do something called PBS News Quiz, which is like, still they can't avoid talking about certain things because it's like the news. Yeah, super clean news. Yeah, the PBS News Quiz thing is like a once a week thing, and there's like a little printout that you can do, and they fill in it if they've been paying attention, basically. Okay. I have kind of a hot take on all that too, unfortunately. But I think some of that is like, it's interesting because there's the bad people that actually did stuff, and went on the little diddle island and stuff and did all the diddling. And then there's this is a person who is connected to other wealthy people, and so it's hard to know what's what. Especially they leak things, and certain things are redacted, and then when they accidentally leak the non-redacted version, and it's like, well, wait a minute, like it's like weird. But I think all around what we find out is that a lot of these guys with money are bad. They're bad folks. And they like diddling people. Dude, it's awful. It's awful. The rest of the world is going to show us how to handle it, and the United States is going to twiddle its thumbs and do nothing. Now, while the rest of the world is like, hey, yeah, we're going to prosecute these people. And we'll be like, I don't know, guys. We couldn't find out anything. Here's the documents. And it's like, we'll meet at this time and we'll diddle these people. And then I'll give you this person to diddle. And it's like, We couldn't figure it out. It was impossible to tell who was diddling who. And it's like, I'm going to diddle this girl and this girl. Here's pictures of these girls that we want to diddle. It's just like, we had no idea. We couldn't figure out the mystery of this. It was impossible. It's just like, okay, guys. Thanks for letting me diddle this lady. It's just like, we had no idea. We couldn't figure it out. It was impossible. Intersex plane. Intersex ray. Merge. It has volume, it has surface. Okay, what do we have from... So this is a variant. This is a type. I didn't realize that. Okay. But yeah, I do think that some of it is because of the documents coming out that anyone mentioned in them in an email or something suddenly is now guilty of something. And I think that's where it's like, okay, guys, we got to pump the brakes here because that's not how email works. I hate it. It's just sick. It also shows that there's rules for, yes, dude, it's gross. It's gross as fuck. And, you know, there's an effective thing called shunning that we should maybe bring back to some of these assholes. And maybe the rest of these wealthy people could show how to do it then and just shun the fuck out of these people and stop doing deals with them and just be like, you're not going to talk at anything that we do. You're not going to be able to, like, we will not, like, platform you anymore. We're done. But I think everyone has a little dirt on everyone else. And I think it's easier to control people in power when you have things on them. I think that was also Epstein's move, was to put people in situations that they couldn't get out of, that those people knew were fucked. And that's why the photographs and stuff are so important, is to get dirt on people and then use it as leverage, right? So it's possible, and I'm just air quoting possible, that some of these people had no idea what they were in for. They go to this thing and it's like, oh my God, right? And now they're fucked. So that's also a possibility. Someone has to be a victim, right? And it's possible that not only are the poor girls and boys involved in this victims, but that some of these people were also fucking tricked and victimized. It seems perfectly possible to me. And that's what they should have been fucking figuring out. But some of this is so obvious that this person was diddling this person. And I just, that's the part where it's like, you guys couldn't figure this out? You had all this information, couldn't figure any of this shit out? Really? When I was younger, I had a high school friend who turned out to be one of those diddle people and was arrested for it. Shortly after the arrest, I broke into his apartment, stole his cat. I had her another 11 years before she died. You stole the cat away. Dude, no room for diddlers, man. I just don't know. I don't know. And it just makes me think that if there's no action on this against certain people, that they also are complicit in it. That they too must participate in something like it. I don't know. It's gross. They couldn't figure it out because they didn't have enough AI. That's why RAM is so expensive. The government needs to summarize the files. Growling sent me over. Yeah. Oh, man. It's really gross. It's really gross. That, and I talked about this earlier a few streams ago, where it's like, man, you used to have respect of these 3-letter agencies and some amount of fear from them in a way, where it's like, wow, these guys are like legit. And now you just realize they're basically hired goons that will just go wherever they're told to go. There's no, like, there's no, that's the part that's gross. France. Burn it down, France. I had a thought. I was watching a video and I had a thought about the whole AI training thing and how they don't give a damn about intellectual property or anything like that. And I realized that this may lead to a form of censorship so extreme that we've never seen before, which is to say, any clip of anything that you do not own will suddenly get claimed because they don't want it on the internet at all to be trained, because that's the excuse that they're giving right now is, well, it was in the public domain or it was out there and it was available. And so the only way to protect IP, if it's not going to be through simple lawsuits and just common decency from these fucking companies not to train on this shit, is to just go scorched earth on the internet. And so it's possible that the companies that don't want their intellectual property trained on this shit will just start saying, we're going to claim it all. Yeah, the Wayback Machine. Even that can just get pruned. It happens all the time. Yeah. Well, how is it that this always seems to happen? Like the Gutenberg came around and it's like, no, this is only for printing Bibles, and eventually got broken free. And then, you know, you have radio and it's like, no, only these people can broadcast, and television, no, only these. And then we had this great moment in time where anybody could do anything, say anything, and all this stuff. And it's like it's going back the other way again, where it's like, well, no, you really only can get news from these sources, and you can only like, you can't produce anything. But there was a very brief period of the Wild West of the internet, and it's gone. And the real scary thing is that it feels like if being open with this stuff isn't possible, if you create it as a criminal element, the underground internet is far darker than if this stuff is out in the light. And it only, you know, if everyone starts moving to things like Tor and VPN, like shit, man. I don't know. That's the part that sucks. It's not in the light anymore. you could feel this stuff happening when Facebook started kind of growing back in the day, where it was like everyone started to kind of, the hive started to kind of start to happen. It was the moment that they algorithmically determined the feed. I feel like that's the most poison aspect of a lot of this stuff, is the determinism of your feed based on what gets the most engagement. I think that's part of this for sure. Yeah. Well, and if you're not perpetually online, the people, and I mean that in the sense of like social medias and those input streams, then somehow the consciousness of the internet will come to you in normal conversation through people, and you can feel it when it happens. People will bring up stuff and you're like, what like, why are you talking about this right now? And it's because everyone's getting that from their feed in that moment. I mean, you know, we're all doing the Epstein dance right now, right? And that'll go away. It'll be replaced by something else here soon. So it takes about 5 seconds to ping the entire internet now. The infrastructure has moved forward fast and far enough that the infinite size is now attainable and trackable. Right. Yeah, and the original intent was to be able to survive a nuclear, you know, bombs dropping and still have a communication framework that would survive a mesh network that could keep going, right? A web. But now it's so hubbed and centralized. If you look at a map of the internet's hubs, there's these giant fucking hotspots. And it's like completely centralized to basically what it wasn't supposed to be. That was TCP, yeah. But we've hubbed everything into centralized. I mean, you drop a few nukes on AWS locations and boom. There goes most of the internet. Azure, AWS, there's a few points. Those are where the bombs will drop. Not on population centers. You want to disable the stream of information. I don't know if you're trying to get a country without having it be a radioactive wasteland. And that's the easiest way for a three-letter agency to have a country overthrown, is to convince the dictators to block the internet. And then the people will just overthrow it, right? I don't know. It's wild. Does seem dark. It's just knowing what it used to be. And knowing it was this anarchist place where like different things could bubble up, and it's all just one freeway now. Information superhighway. They were right about that. Just one fucking lane. Half a lifetime. Yeah. Thanks for letting me rant. Get shortest access. So we have these endpoints. These are all the vertices, right? Yeah, these are all the vertices. So if we have the vertices, how can we test? We have the size. The sizes are bounding. So the end and our position. These two are how we can determine the sides that we can look at to then say, is the joint closer to this one or not? Is it also possible that we could figure this out when we're doing the cut itself? That is to say, we have this little laser concept, right? And we're choosing a face, and then we're saying, based on this, we can do that. If we know the face that we're facing, can we determine the side of where the cut would be that has the existing joint? And also, can we determine where the middle of the slice is? These are the things we need to be able to do to construct this right. I think the easy pass, though, is to just be like, is this what vector, if we use the center point of the bounding, the axis aligned bounding box, and we compare that vector to the vector of the coordinate of the joint, I think that's the fastest way for us to find where it's at. Thanks for not being a polarized imbecile, so sure of his own opinion that you don't appreciate the... I don't know. I mean, I certainly have my opinions. Justin, how's it going? And I start to feel, hey, I'm probably wrong about this. Not that there's a perfect opinion or whatever. But sometimes I could start to feel it. I'm like, this isn't like, you test ideas and you're like, no, this isn't right. And I think that's the other thing about open conversation is you need to have your ideas challenged. And if it's just you're this or you're that. And I've experienced that with the in-laws where they just thought they would ask me questions about what I thought. I'd start to answer them, and then they'd cut me off every time. And I think they started to get an image of me that was not accurate because they'd never let me speak in the first place. And every time they'd ask certain things, I'd be like, well, I'd start to try to answer something, and it's like I wanted poor people to die, and it's like, no. That's not at all what I'm saying. And so I think they thought I was like I don't know. I think they thought the worst of me, which kind of breaks my heart, but I don't know. People, it happens. But I don't know. I'm not the, yeah. But I do miss the good old days of the internet. I feel like we had something great there for a while. I say the same thing about Twitch right now. We're in a golden age of Twitch, specifically with the dev scene, software and game category. That is going to change, and it won't last. Twitch itself will change, and it won't last. Something about it will. You're kind of already starting to see it, at least in the States, with the ads and the way that it's sort of getting manipulated and things by that. I mean, we're literally getting, and this is for people in Europe, I don't think experience it nearly the way we do, but I'll be watching people and I'm just getting a slide out ad thing now that pushes the video up to the corner, and these ads just kind of pop in while people are talking, and then they slide away it again, and it's fucking wild. The societal disconnect could have been more pronounced. You get the sliding too. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely in a, and I do think this is my other wild theory, is that we are actually in the middle of a dark age, and you don't know it. It's like, oh, nothing on the internet ever goes away, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, I keep thinking of things and they're just gone, and there's no reference to them, and it's gone forever. I can't find them anywhere. And, man, I prefer the sliding to the other forms. I do too, but when it's on top of the other one, I don't like both. But yeah, I'm with you on that. I still find that the best way to watch Twitch is on your phone in a browser because they can't do all that shit on there. And so same with YouTube. Watching YouTube on your phone, it's that in the browser, that's the way to go, not in the app. Adios Adobe Animate. I know, that's wild. I'm telling you, somebody needs to reverse engineer the save format and build a replacement. There's money in them there hills. The only problem is you're gambling that Adobe won't double back. I do hope we're in a dark age in the sense that we'll someday figure out a good way to be globally connected. Yeah, I think we're in a cycle. We're definitely in this moment. You know, an example of this that I always find disturbing is when I'm trying to search something on YouTube. YouTube search, by the way, is trash now. But you try to search something on YouTube that's close to a current event, and all they're going to give you is the news channel results. Also, if you're actively trying to find something about a abusive, like police doing something wrong, like my buddy's like cops, because maybe I was having a conversation with a friend about ICE and vehicles and stuff like that, and I'm like, police use vehicles as battering rams on human beings all the time. And he's like, what are you talking about? That doesn't happen. And I'm like, dude, I can think of like 3 different times that I've seen in the last like 3 months of it. And then I tried to search YouTube for it, and YouTube's like, cops are great. They don't ever do anything wrong, because all you're getting is the local news channel like results on things. And it was disturbing how I couldn't find it. I knew where, I knew when something had happened, and I was trying to find the body cams for it. And I couldn't find it because my search results were so infested with, oh, you're searching for news. You need a news result. And it was like, no. The local news is like, local police are great. Everything's fine here. Like, fuck. I get why YouTube would nope out of the... Yeah, right. I just wish that what they would do is say, hey, we're about to delete this stuff from all existence. If you want to back it up, you got 5 days. Oh my God. It's easy to stand on the toes of other cultures. It's easy to see why people get upset. Yeah. Holy crap. Yeah. Man, that mask off moment. That's always a bummer when that shit happens. When you're with somebody and you're like, oh, well, shit. Damn. I've had that in the workplace where, you know, this is why I try not to, when I'm with groups of people and stuff, I just don't make jokes about certain things like I used to. And maybe I should, because it susses out these people, but it also makes them feel like they can speak up. You start to make certain kind of like jabs and jokes about whatever, and then they're like, oh, you're one of me. And then they do something and you're just like, holy shit. Yeah. I do feel like there's two routes that people choose. They either constantly kind of grow, or they choose to settle in. I feel like that's like it. I don't know what that is, but it does feel like that's kind of what you see as people get older. I live in Twin Cities, and we've been talking to people like, I also have the ideal in mind that law enforcement acts lawfully, and it's acceptable if there's a use of force sometimes, but you really got to use your eyes now and see that they are falling short. Dude, for me, it's the unholstering of the weapon, constantly unholstering a gun and pointing it at people. Fuck that shit. Like, that's not how that works. You do not just point a gun at people to get them to do what you want. That's not how this fucking works. That it is disgusting. And that like alone is like, these people, this whole thing needs to be scrapped. Because it's been infected now by this hiring policy, this mass hiring of these people. There's no way you can clean it from the inside out. It has to be taken down and rebuilt. Like, that's the part to me, the most wild thing is how much they unholster and point for like literally nothing. I think a lot of that environment could be where growth and settling in. I think it's your support systems too. I think that's a big part of it. Your family unit or whatever you have in your support system, you either are being challenged or you're being affirmed. Like those are it kind of feels like that's what ends up happening. And affirmation is really powerful, but sometimes it's the wrong thing. Well, the reason why I want to avoid that, Lunesta, is so you go back to challenging me. That's great. Is because we cannot predict. So we need that constant rigidity so that we can have things bend so things can break. So for instance, if somebody did cut a branch from above and it fell and hit the bottom branch with enough force that branch then bent enough, that could break too. But in order for that to be possible, and in order for certain things to behave the right way, they all kind of need to be rigid. The problem isn't the bodies. We're past that. So we're totally past the rigid body. Like, that's not the question right now. The real question is just finding these. So let's work on that. We'll do that. So what we'll do is we'll get the center of the mesh and we will compare. So we have these meshes here. We're calling them mesh new. I think because we're already using mesh, right? Yeah, it's already declared in the scope. Where's that coming from? Probably up in here. I don't even know. We're very close, though. Here it is right here. This is all a disaster, by the way. I need the naming and stuff here. We really got to go through and clean up as far as code is concerned. So right here, though, we have the mesh information. So we should be able to determine from this which one. The other thing we need to do is we have these joints, right? We need to set up the joints to... Dude, I have all of them. You want to go get them? Actually, they're right here. Dude, they're right here. What do you want to read? What we got? Dude, Double Dash. Have you heard about this? Double Dash. You want to read some Double Dash? I have like Metroid Prime's coming out soon. We got yeah, dude, it was that, and it was what was it? Have you heard about Four Swords? See, I'm about to really dox myself because then my name is on these and my old address. Four Swords? Huh? Are those your originals? Yeah, they have. Yeah, dude. It's got it on there. It's got my address and everything. I don't think I've told everyone the hairpin turn thing. That incident. It's a good story. It's a good story. But I haven't brought that one up. But no, it's I have all my Next Generations and everything still. Next Gen magazine, that was my favorite one out of those. I forgot I would take them to school with me. Just shove them in the backpack and just read them. Okay, so while we're doing this, we go through each one, we get the center point of the mesh, and we're just going to compare each to figure out which one's the closest one. So let's just determine that. So we're going to say, and what we're comparing it to is the joint. So we need to have a reference. My name came up? Did you bring it up or did she? That's funny. So the joint, this joint here has, but this is an array of joints. Okay, so that's how this looks. So both of these have a connection to the other. So now I should be able to reference on lumber the joints. So we have to do this comparison on each joint, which makes this doubly tough. So we're doing all this physics stuff, but first we have to figure out the joint thing first before we do this. Because this is where the actual slicing kind of idea comes from. Also, this needs to happen. This is weird. The timing of all this. Timing is going to be important. We have this await physics frame thing as well, but we have to queue free this. So we have to queue free after we've determined. So we're going to queue free here, but before that, we're going to go through the mesh. We're going to go through this twice, I think. And we're going to go through each one. And then what we have to do is we have to iterate on the tree object, the lumber. So here it is. So on the tree objects here, we're going to iterate. We're going to do a for loop on this as well. So we're going to for loop this. And what we're going through is each piece of lumber. So for lumber in array lumber joints, and it's joints. So this has to be global. This is going to break this. Yeah, I ran into her right before we left Paso. And I was trying to say hi to her, but I felt like I was getting a cold shoulder. So I was like, okay, I won't say anything. She's a big name lawyer now. Yeah, I knew she was doing really good. Yeah. And this goes up here. Cutting tree object is lumber. Dude, sometimes the autocomplete on this is trash. It's joints. Okay. So then for each mesh, we get the center, and then we have the lumber itself, which also technically has a bounding box, but we're based off of the object. We have our point in space, right? So the tree object, the center point here is for now. So for each mesh, we're going to find the joint, which is going to be over here. And we're going to say distance 2. And it's not a joint. It's a joint, not a lumber. And therefore, it is a lumber joint. So lumber joint, position, distance 2. And we probably could get away with square root. I can't learn that way. And I don't know. I prefer to figure these things out. I don't know. I've tried it, and for something about me and in it, I don't know. It feels like I'm just working with somebody else, and I don't like that. Where it's like, you know what? Just let me do it. Let me figure this out. But I do feel like when I'm cooking and I'm on fire, it's because I did it all myself before that point in time. If that makes sense. So that I've earned the knowledge, I've done the work, and now it's like I've done it before. So I can come back to something different and new, but it's like I have all this knowledge of applied knowledge, and now I can recall. And I think that's different than asking somebody to do it for you, looking at it, being like, yeah, that's good. You can't recall the same way. So I don't know if it's in the science of learning or not, but that's how it feels for me. Okay, so then every system I've got from ChatGPT I had to rewrite later. I feel like it sort of it's a managerial thing. You suddenly become a manager when you're doing that. And you're in a different space. I think it's useful though. I think it's great for like, hey, what's this thing called? And like, but I've also seen it like, unfortunately, like I'm saying it didn't save time in the end. I had to learn it anyways. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a flex thing though. I'll tell you that. It's not a flex thing. Greg, how's it going? Week is almost done. I tackled my initial Bouncula UI woes last night. I'll be refilled with vigor. But first, a nap. Excellent. Perchance to dream. I don't dream anymore at night. Doesn't happen. When I do, they're wild. Wild dreams. I do, if I sleep in a chair in a reclined position on my back, then yeah, we're going to get some lucid ass dreams. Ever since I quit smoking weed, I dream like crazy. Wild. I wonder what that's about. Huh. Yeah, I just go into the abyss when I sleep now. And I'm like, every time I wake up in the morning, I'm like, well, that's probably what death is like. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. A dreamless sleep. I'm like, that's fine. Hamlet. Oh, wait, that's Latin, huh? So if it's not the first past and are I don't mean to brag, but I did get one of my 2 wounds drained out yesterday. Nice. All right, Fiera, thank you for hanging out, dude. Have a good lurk. Shout out to Fiera. Fiera's working hard on is that gonna work? Oh, come on. Gotta do it again. Dude, I don't know why I have to do it twice now. Pollinator die. Working hard. Did you do that last enemy is dead screen shaking thing? I haven't played yours in a while. Thanks for the follow, Smoker Lounge. I must have missed that. I forgot about it, I think. Son of a bitch. One major thing I suggest on the last playthrough, and he's like, yeah, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. If distance is less than last distance. Or how about we call it closest? Distance closest. All right. If the distance that we've got this time is the same, is less, then we do this here. Okay. And so that helps us determine the closest mesh. So now we know the closest mesh and therefore the one to put the joint onto. All right, we're about to get this going. I've got a tinkle, and then I think we're going to have this. It never feels like shouldn't it be initialized to a higher number? That's why I have the bool statement. But yeah, we can do like a super large number, but what I'm doing is I have a first pass bool and it's true. And then if it's the first pass, then we just say closest distance is the first one that we were doing. And then from then on, it's false. And then we do the traditional distance comparison. So, but I know I could choose like a super large number. I just don't. I'm like, I don't know how big that number should be. And do you sit to tinkle? Yeah, dude, I'm over 40 now. How else am I going to actually empty the stick all the way? you're right. I could do that. I could do that. Let's do that. Because we know the largest number is 64, right? Can I make it that high? Can I go 64 2 to the 64? Is that how it would work? And then we just do this. 63-ish. Get rid of that. I'm sure, does it cap it if I said it wrong? I mean, that's the size of the thing. When's the last time you had a checkup? Mind your business. It's funny. I went to the doctor and I was like, I want the full thing. And I got this younger guy and he's like, yeah, you don't smoke, you don't do drugs, you're fine. And I was like, oh, okay. And I'm like, but I want you to do the prostate thing. And he's like, yeah, we don't do that anymore. I'm like, okay. And then, so yeah, I got to go back because turns out this guy's just full of shit. We don't do that till you're over 50. What I do need is a colonoscopy for sure, because my sister had precancerous polyps or whatever they're called. So, but he said that traditionally they don't check anymore because it actually leads to what he told me is it leads to too many false positives they've determined. And that's what he was telling me. I know, dude. It's Greg. Poor Greg did everything right, and now he's like had the angels visit him. I prefer doing it myself. Me too. It's great. You can do the prostate thing at home. You just need a back scratcher. And isn't the whole point to feel? I'm over 50. We'll never speak of this again. All right. Good to know. Yeah. Apparently the tests are better for checking for cancer than anything these days. Yeah. Which is great. It means that things are getting, science is doing what it does. So just that whole pesky insurance thing. Blood and urine, not finger. See, this is what I said. I said I want the full thing. Take all my blood, all that. And they're like, nah. So I got to go back and be a little more forceful and be like, no. You're going to do something. Can't you check? This is a radical idea. Well, what if early warning and detection were a thing? And we dealt with things when they were small problems instead of when they were big problems. But, I mean, we do have Trump as our president, so it's the American way. Right. Now just rooting up in there, playing it by ear. Right. It's playing it by thumb, isn't it? Or is it thumb or fingertips? I don't know. Playing it by thumb. Woo! Oh! All right. Rather than a digit up mine. With my doctor, it doesn't matter. He's got hands of a professional arm wrestler. He's like that meme of the girl holding up the other girl. That's you and your doctor. Every time you come to visit, he's holding you up like this and just shoving his hand down there. You're like, ah. Feel like we don't advocate enough for ourselves. I understand that. Yeah. You're like Kermit. Yeah. Oh God. Well, hello, Dr. Stevenson. No. So closest mesh joints append. Here's the other thing we have to do. So we have to figure out on the existing joint. So we need a reference to the joint because we have to know for that joint. So how do we know when we're done? It would need to be inside this loop. Closest joints append. And same thing, closest joint. And I guess we need to clear it out in here too. Var closest joint. Lumber joint. Closest mesh. Closest joint equals lumber joint. And I guess we already know if we're in the for loop, we have to be out of it. So do you see Sandra being this lawyer and everything and feel like a total failure? Are you like, oh... I only came in for a cold. You're at your dentist office. He's like, we really got to check the old prostate. You're like, but you're a dentist. No. We're due this now. It's a service we have. Oh my God. And so for the joints, closest joints, node A and node B. So one of these is going to be we have to test. One of these is if node A equals the cutting tree objects. Then we know we assign ourselves to node B, and then the opposite is true. So then the closest joint node B would be us. And so then that would equal... Oh, shit, we don't have ourselves yet, though. Oh, my God, how do we do this? We haven't actually created the next lumber. So I guess we'll do this first. And let's comment this out for now. Yeah, I do worry. I worry about this happens, and Greg might actually have experienced this. My wife has dealt with this on a few occasions. She's worked at an optometrist's place, and she was responsible for selling people lenses and all that kind of stuff, right? So occasionally a customer would walk in. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this. Not here where she works now or where she might work. I should shut up. But let's say she worked at an optical place as an optician or whatever the fuck it's called. So, but there would be a customer that would come in whose father his father worked as an eye doctor. Again, these names of these things escape me at this very moment. But so he thought he knew everything about eyewear and all of it. And he was like one of the worst customers they had to deal with because everything took like 10 times longer because he had to quote unquote talk shop and stuff. And it just would drag on and on and on and on and on. And I worry that maybe the AI stuff as an avenue for learning maybe creates that scenario of confidence that is an empty vessel of knowing. But maybe not. I don't know. I hate lawyers. We're a litigious society. I'll say my attitude on lawyers has flipped, and I absolutely lawyers. Hell yeah. The law itself and judges and all of that stuff and the application of justice, not so much. I hated talking to everyone there. The first you didn't have wood joke moment of the evening. Here it comes. We're providing you with laughing ass. You mean laughing gas, right? Yeah, that's what I said, laughing ass. She didn't seem happy even though she's making a lot of money. Had a lot of negative things to say about her personal life. I kind of talked to my wife about that recently. I was like, the more people that I know in long-term relationships that are us, our age and everything, I'm like, we have a good thing here, and I think we don't appreciate it enough. So I think it's weird. I don't know what the trick is. I sold a ton and made a killer commission, but I hated every second of it. Yep. So closest joint node. So now we have, this is the node. So the node is the actual lumber, this thing here. So once we know which lumber it is, how do we know it's this lumber though? Because if we're doing this twice, this needs to stay inside this for loop. But after, oh shit, this sucks. Cutting joints. Node B. Mesh. Closest mesh. So maybe we don't care about the mesh, because that's not what matters. It's the actual node. So it's the closest lumber. Lumbre. Closest lumber. So what associated lumber to that mesh? We use this. But lumber has a center point, so we don't need the mesh to do this. We're creating two different lumbers. Now, are we assigning our global space before this, though? Or after? We do add child. Multiple convex. We don't set a global here. Okay, so this is before. Okay. Oh, just an old friend from way back, from high school. For each joint, so for each mesh, we're creating the mesh. Come back up here. Mesh new. So we know we're on a current mesh. We know our lumber, closest lumber. So we'll say closest lumber. Let's see, we do this twice. So, see, this is our problem. We're iterating on the mesh. We're creating lumber. So I think what we need to do is oh geez. I'm doxing everyone. Let's do it. Yeah, nice code words, Lunesta. Good job. Nice work. Yeah, Asimov stuff's really good. There's a good story from Bradbury. Is it Bradbury? What's it called? No, it's not Bradbury. Was Bradbury the guy with the lamb chops? Maybe it was Bradbury. I have a funny AI story. So we deployed a lung cancer nodal software at a facility that uses AI. What would happen is both the doctor and the software would send conflicting results with varying treatment plans, but no one knew which one to follow. This was caught early on, and we instructed radiologists to use the software as a tool to support the physician's decision, not to rely on the software as a source of truth. It was caught early, but showed a clear break in workflow. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Where I talk about this a lot. I mention it a lot, but I wonder, in some ways, I think the application of it as the coworker is a mistake. I'm growing to feel that way, or to treat it because it means it's another. You have to think of it as this is another person we have to manage, or another thing we have to manage, in a way where software as a tool. Where it's like, I just use this to write, like, I don't need a typewriter anymore because I have this word processing program, right? Bam, no more typewriter. Bam, don't have to print all the time. Bam, like net benefit, net benefit, net benefit, net benefit. But sometimes with AI, it feels like you can get in this trap of managing. And then the net output, you're wondering, what am I getting out of this? Is it Bradbury? Bradbury died at 91. Damn. I think it's Asimov. Asimov has another story. The Last Question. If you haven't read that one, that's the one I'm thinking of, too, Bob. So it's a story that spans billions of years. And it's the question of it's AI being asked the question of how to solve entropy. It starts out in 2061. It's interesting. It was written in 59, I think. 56. It's a short story. So if we have an array of the lumber that we've added in, we iterate on that. It's dragon naturally speaking, but for my brain is the futures we should all dread. Yeah. My boss, the GM of a hotel I work at, is asking whether AI could put together an app to help him with pricing. The problem with sourcing prices from dynamic sources is potential for manipulation. Yeah, I would use internal data rather than external. And that's a real follow the competition kind of thinking too. And would burn tokens. Well, would it be better to have the AI build something that allows you to query it without using it? Wouldn't that be the trick? Yeah. That was another reason that I sort of stepped away from. I was using ChatGPT 3, you know, I'm not paying for it, but I would run out of tokens in like 3 queries every day. And I'm like, I can't use this. I literally can't, it won't let me use it. Moving to AWS. Nah, yeah. So is the idea to charge just less than everyone else or more? Just a little bit more. Burn through my tokens. Yep, fair point. Guys, we're trying to find where we can get the closest joint. Now we know there's two possible joints, right? So there's going to be one on the left and one on the right sometimes. The VA is moving to CrowdStrike to replace Trellis and Microsoft Defender. CrowdStrike's is that the kernel replacement? Is that what you're talking about? Isn't that a little more dangerous? Isn't CrowdStrike when everything went down with the airlines and stuff for everybody all at once? All right, so we're creating the new lumber. We're going through each lumber, figuring out. So if we know that, see, one piece of lumber could have multiple joints. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, help us. All right, I think we're going to need to have a dictionary for this. And what we'll do is the key will be the joint. And then we'll set the value to the closest one. Or the key is lumber. Yeah, there was an update pushed out to everybody through CrowdStrike, and it caused the kernel to panic and essentially took down computers for an extended period of time. It was a really bad outage. Literally did the thing it was designed to prevent from happening. The peak of software irony. Better than anyone could have done is through a modern attack vector. It's like the early days when the whole internet would go down because of the I love you virus or something. Melissa, what was it? What was the Melissa virus? I think the Melissa virus was, I was working at an ISP when that happened. Yeah, 99. It wasn't Melissa. I think it was I love you. Yeah, I think it was I love you, or it might have been one after that. It was wild to watch the entire internet go down in real time. I get you for coffee number 2. Nice. Dude, the kids are loving the Dash robot. I'm going to send you a video soon, but my son's all about it. She's naming all the roasts after viruses. That's funny. We were just talking about that. Yeah. I wasn't Melissa and it wasn't I Love You because I worked at an ISP after the 2000s. I Love You came out in 2000. Yeah. 0 Day Roasters. Famous internet viruses. Oh, was it WannaCry? Hang on, we're going through the list. Melissa was 2000. I think it was My Doom. Yeah, it was My Doom. I was there for My Doom. Right, because it used like a bat file or something really simple. Fastest spreading email worm ever, exceeding previous records by So Big Worm and I Love You. My Doom was commissioned by email spammers to send junk mail through infected zombie computers. The worm contains the text message, Andy, I'm just doing my job. Nothing personal. Sorry. Is this it? Eventually is spread to infect 500,000 computers across the globe. It might have been My Doom. I remember just working there and I'd have Tech TV on and just do stuff. Take calls and shit. It's kind of a chill job. It was huge for us. A heartbleed roast. Yeah. Oh my God. I told people about the penis virus and nobody believed me.
What the dog doing?
Lunesta remembers. He was there for it. Hey, remember when you got that Mr. Bean virus and I forgot about the Mr. Bean part and a little pecker popped up that would hump your mouse pointer? Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I forgot. It started out with Mr. Bean popping up and going, hello. And then this little thing appeared on the screen and it was like floating around. It looked like a worm. And then it turned into like a little penis and started humping my mouse. And then it was like chasing my mouse around. And the virus, it was one of those viruses that just made a bunch of really small files all over the computer. No, when I restarted, I couldn't boot into Windows. I didn't have any way of getting back into Windows. And my whole drive was filled with, I could get to DOS through a floppy. And my entire drive was filled up with like a billion little tiny small files everywhere and just all over the place. And I found a folder in there that said the first directory was you, then you open it up have, then you open it up bin, you open it up hacked, you open it up by, you open it up, so on and so forth. But yeah, that was an awful one. Back when viruses were fun. I know, those were the days. Do you remember the one that made the letters fall down at the bottom of the screen in a pile? No. Man, using the internet back then was just like, good luck. Another made it melt, I believe. I knew I was hacked because my mouse moved without me moving it. And I was like, I've got somebody's in here remotely. And then that's when the whole thing popped up. That's why this is why old PCs aren't safe to connect. No, not at all. Old PCs are like live wires, man, on the internet. You got to have your own fake internet, you know? Your own fake Windows updates, local everything's got to be on a LAN. I saw a recent video of somebody who connected to the internet with like 100 ISDNs or something. Some 100 megahertz Pentium out there just raw dogging the WW. I suppose if you have your own OS on it, you might be safe. I feel like we were trying to Trojan each other back in the day for funzy. I don't remember doing that. I do remember you'd go to like a website or something and been like, your IP has been logged and the FBI has been notified, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I'm screwed. And then for like 6 weeks, you'd be like looking around, expecting a car to open up, and then you get pulled inside. Everything. Oh, God, it's over. Okay, so now we have a dictionary of each lumber, and then we are iterating on that through our cutting tree joints. Now, is this loop wrong? Should it be the joint and then the closest piece of lumber? Correction, I feel like I would Trojan you back for funsies just in the day. Well, I've had trucker CB radio come out of a modem before. It scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I heard like somebody talking like they were on the radio, and then I realized it was the 56K modem was somehow picking up like a CB radio thing for a brief moment, and it scared the ever-loving crap out of me. Because I was in a house by myself, there was nobody there, and it was like, yeah, sure, 10-4, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, holy shit, what the hell? Like, oh my God. Because the computer, the other part that really freaked me out is I don't think the computer was on when it happened. It was plugged into power, but it was off. My wife took these courses, and they would come with infected USB sticks, and they were like, don't put this in your main machine. I don't know why we keep those USBs. I hope none of the kids grab one. They're pretty out of the way, but yeah, got to be careful. Do you remember the kids being kicked out of the computer course in school because they were downloading malicious software and documents? I don't remember that. But I mean, I do remember distinctly that time and that era of like, if you knew anything about computers, you risked suspension because they would think that you were a quote unquote hacker. And I remember seeing stories about that all the time back then, of people getting expelled and stuff for quote unquote hacking their school. And it was literally, they just knew how to get to the control panel or some shit. And it wasn't even remotely that they were doing anything malicious. It was just a bunch of adults who didn't understand computers. I do remember after Columbine, though, the whole like you can wear trench coats and that whole thing. And like how paranoid and constantly people were getting like accused of stuff. How that was like immediate right after that. The anatomy / payload of most viruses is mundane in the extreme. Yeah. They're using DOS, arrest them. I do remember that Windows security was a joke for a long time, and that if it was locked down, you pretty much could get away with you could install to My Documents because you had permissions to that or whatever it was. So I think all the way up until 98 and sometime after, I think it was XP when it really got better, but you could just install stuff to My Docs. So it didn't matter. The nut in so many random places. Hacking the local supermarket advertising booth with the right long press. Yeah, 2600 was full of stuff like that. I remember reading one 2600 that broke down people's social security numbers. And like you could figure out so much about a person just from their social security number, which was weird because it wasn't supposed to be. Like I thought it was just a number that incremented up. But it's like, no, this section here represents this and this and this. And there was like a lot of data in it. I mean, if the computer lab had disks in the boot order, yeah, you could just do whatever. Yeah. If they didn't have like a keychain, like lockout thing. That was back when people built entire operating systems on the floppy drive just to have a game run. Because we used to be able to make things. Oh, God. All right. Says the guy trying to get a tree branch to cut. Trunix, yeah. Yeah, I remember getting like Linux in the mail or something. Like I think SUSE was the first one I ever had. And it was like a bunch of floppy disks. I don't even know how I got it. I can't remember. Trinix was the... Oh, Trinix was the first... Oh, I see. Trinix. That makes sense. So for every piece of lumber, we go through the joints of the tree. And then we find the closest joint. Here's the problem that I'm visualizing here in my head. The reason that's stopping me from doing this is we can have, like right here in this scenario, we could have 3 joints, right? So here's one, and here's one. So I think, oh, here's what I'm doing wrong. We need to go from the perspective of the joints. So if we're going through each joint and from there we're figuring out the closest piece of lumber. Because what could happen is we could cut here, right? And then there's 2 joints on this side. But see, here's the problem. This is what I'm worried about. Let's say we have a really long branch. Because this algorithm's not going to work if... Let's say this branch is like this long. And if we're basing it on the position of the mesh, could we do a cut in a way where, because this would be the center point and then this would be the center point. And if there's a joint here, here, and here, could we cut it in a way where we get the wrong mesh association? I don't think so. So I think this has to be from the perspective of the joint and then the lumber. That's for sure. Because we could have multiple lumbers connecting to the same joint. Or wait, we're doing multiple joints, but we need to look up the joints, not the lumber. That's right. So the joint has to be the key. So then over here, it's closest joint and then the lumber. And we don't need this because we know right when we're done. And then really, we don't need to do this except for here. So we can get rid of this. And if that's the case, then we don't need these. And it just becomes lumber joint and lumber. Okay, so this is getting simpler. That's good. I think I've got it. By George, I think I've got it. I've got it. So now we iterate on all the joints. And when we do this, so now that we have the joints, we need to iterate on them one more time. So for lumber in joints. Oh, it wants the lumber joint. Oops. We're almost there. Whoa! Living on a prayer. So then we say joints. So we say var lumber equals lumber joints lumber joint. Okay, so now we have our lumber. And then what we do is we have to look at both of the joints. So lumber joints. We're almost there. We're almost there. If the lumber joints node A equals lumber. No, we want it to be that. Node path and lumber for operator. What are we getting wrong here? It should be node. Node path. Ah, shit. We have to resolve the node path. Get node. If that equals a tree object, then we say closest joint node equals lumber joint node A equals that. Then it's B that equals lumber. Get path to lumber. And then we do the opposite. Expected at most 0, but received 1. So it has to be lumber get path. My bad. Okay. Closest joint is not declared in your mom's not declared. That's because it's a lumber joint. So we go like this. Okay, I think we have it. Oh, one more thing. We have to do the same for B. So if the node B is the tree object, then we say node A is the lumber because there's the two. So Voxel full time. So weird not seeing end on for loops. I'm used to Roblox. Continue isn't... Oh, Lua does not have continue. Well, we'll see. We got to test it first. And then we queue free the existing mesh. So, and then maybe we await for the physics frame. I don't think we need to await. There's nothing to await. Let's see what happens here, boys. So what we know this will work if we come over here and we cut this branch and the right side stays up on the tree and the left side falls. Okay? Oops. Hang on. Let me get closer. Okay. What did we get any errors? We did. $186 and one. Okay, so I'm doing something wrong here. Oh, you know what? We might have to await the scene tree because we might be early on this. What is it bitching about? Node not found relative ... tree object. Oh no. Right. So oh shit. I didn't do it yet. No premature celebration here. So it's looking at from our root. So it's looking for the node in the wrong spot. It's traveling up too. Why is it doing that? ... tree object. How does it not know? Why is it doing it relative to us? Let's look up the docs for get node because that's not doing what we're expecting. Godot node. I'm going to turn on my fan here, boys. I'm in a closet. Sometimes it gets really hot. Let me know if you're picking up that wind, that buzzing sound. Get node fetches a node. Can either be a relative path or an absolute path. How do we specify absolute? So we have to use it from so we have to say get tree, get node, and then it'll be absolute. Absalon? Absalon? All right, let's try it again. Trapped in the closet. Then I open the closet. He's approaching the closet. Oh, we get an error. That's good. Better than before. Invalid call. Non-existent function get node on scene tree. The docs literally say, oh, it's scene tree root. RTFM. Okay. What went wrong? Node not found. Same issue. Relative to root. ... Yeah, we're on root. Why would we go up? Why would we go up? Oh, it's relative to the tree joint. So if we say from the joint, If we say joint, so it's acting like it's, okay, so it's from joint. Okay, hang on. I have to think for a second. Relatable moment. The docs literally say, oh, I read them wrong. All right, give me a second. We're so close. We're so close. I'll be right back. I got to grab some more drinks so that I have to go pee, so that I have to drag more drinks. All right. So the Artemis stuff was delayed until March now. Well, that sucks. So hopefully it actually happens. I don't know. Not looking good. I've had that with a school test, but it was an open book test with multiple choice questions, and they were all book answers, but I still got it wrong. Oh, dude, I know. Yeah. I think we've all been there. What happened to that guy's arm? Skiing accident with a is there something wrong with my arm? Me? Is there a lot of public transit in Idaho? No. That's a big fat no. Oh, be right back. Oh, good point. Oh, that's a good point. That's an animation. Oh, they forgot. Oh, man. Is his hand in his pocket? But then why is his sleeve out so big? That's a good point. The California Super Train has been delayed for... That's never happening. And it's now the slowest, most expensive high-speed train in the entire world. But I don't think it'll ever happen. It's up for sale, so it's every city's like, I want it to go to us. I want it to go to us. And so instead of just going in a straight line really fast, it's like, we're going to come over here and then we're going to go this way. But I don't even think over a mile of line has been built at this point, right? Where's all that money going? It's the same with the homeless stuff in California, unfortunately. It sucks. China finished theirs in 8 years. Yeah. It's a bummer. And then even if it existed, we just use it as a point to monitor and violate people's rights, probably. Be like, oh, somebody committed a crime, got on the train and left. So now we have to do all this crazy stuff to stop that from happening. If they built a line and then added cities along it, yeah, that'd be smart. Why not just have it made in China? It is a bummer because we can do things as human beings. We can do things, you know. The same thing happened in Washington, though. They were drilling. They got this drill from Honda or something, and they were going to drill under the city to build a new transit underground system. And it was literally the first time they spun it up, it broke. And then I was reading an article when I was there. This is a couple of years back, but it was broke for years. So they wound this thing up and it instantly broke, and then it was just nothing was happening with it. Pug guy. We got a pug guy here. What language? So we're using GD script and we're in Godot. And we're making a game where you cut down a tree with a chainsaw. The freedom for everyone to demand everything from every public project to the point where they are all impossible. Yep. Simultaneously NIMBY, simultaneously not everything. Can't have it drive through our city. It's got to go around it. Here's what we got so far. Let me show you. we got a chainsaw here. And we're going to cut the tree branch down. So what we're trying to do right now is move. When we cut, we're going to link it all back together. So you're actually, you're cutting into the tree branch, right? And then you're doing that whole thing. And then it'll slowly start to break and then snap off, right? But there's like all these other little things that we have to do with our physics bodies. And then with the mesh, we have to cut the mesh and then reassemble it so it's like nothing changed and so on. So that's what we're working on right now. And apparently we can't just get the root path of this node. So get node. So that's from the root perspective. $86. Node not found relative to root. Fetches a node. So what if we do get path on this? It is a node path. And it's relative to lumber joint. So if we have a node path, it happened to lots of roads in Massachusetts. They set up a toll and never removed it because it makes too much. Right. That's where the I'm against a lot of the camera stuff because of that. Because they start to charge people for like, yeah, no, yeah, yep. It's very familiar. Profit centers having profit streams where you can become a criminal. Like it's got to be careful about a lot of that stuff because unfortunately you create a system that is bad. But toll roads for private roads makes a lot of sense. But in the public space, I don't know. I don't know how you solve the like who pays for the roads thing. Because it's like every implementation I see of it, at least in the States, it's got all these like problems. California taxes you at the pump. So there's a gas tax, right? The problem is the state collects that money and then decides who gets it. So like where I lived for a long time, the money would get collected and our city would get none of it. So then we had to have, in addition to the gas tax, which now we're paying for Sacramento's roads, we also have a sales tax on top of the California state sales tax because we need to be able to pay for our roads. So the system in place designed to pay for our roads doesn't work so much that we have to have another one to pay for our roads. And it's just like, fuck. So it sucks. But the truth is nobody wants to pay for the roads. And you see that in the private roads. You see that when the city line ends and then all of a sudden all the roads are dirt, except up to some people's driveways. Because when given the choice, actually given the choice, most people are like, never mind. It's too expensive. So what does that say? I don't know, but it's interesting. Okay, so no more errors. So what happened to our joints? So we're looking for the path on the joints. Node A. There's our rigid body. Rigid body 6, that's that one there. And node B is tree object 2. That's correct. No. Hang on. Oh, it's the opposite. If it does not equal tree object. We're almost there. Should we just make plastic roads? Dude, I'm a fan of having far fewer roads, at least in the States. It's awful. I'm kind of radicalized against roads in general. Be like Hot Wheels tracks. But I think if you have like, I don't know, in the States it's a roads are like self-replicating. Roads in the States are like a virus. And so where we're going, we don't need roads. All right, let's check it now. So tree joint. We've got rigid body. Now they're both on it. Okay, so now our problem is that we're using the wrong... If this node does not equal, then it should be this. Is that it? I think so. Son of a bitch. Rigid body and tree object 2. Ah! Okay. So we can test what it is. So if it equals... then it should be this. I do feel like maybe the freeway, the whole idea of the freeway thing in the States was too... The problem is that the United States' expansion grew with the automobile. And so, like, we have very young cities and so on. The ones that were right were the cities that have been around for a long time. And those ones grew without the idea of a vehicle. I feel like the interstate freeways may have been a mistake. I don't know. But yeah, I think that the fewer roads we have, the better we will be. If we design around the idea of not going road first and going, how far can we get without having roads everywhere? Like, we have much more transit-driven solutions. Like, but the thing is like, you can't undo what we are. People in the States are very protective of their automobile, and they think that if you suggest anything other than more for their car, that you're personally attacking them.
Cool.
Too much tomato. Thank you for the raid.
You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Too much tomato. What were you working on today? Oh, I can see your schedule and everything. Let me see. Oh, you're still live. I see you typing. Abort! Abort! You're still live, Tomato! Abort! How you doing? Do you do VODs? Yeah, there they are.
Taxes was so taxing.
Oh, look, I'm getting ads. There we go. Too much tomato. What do we got? Not even enough time. How the game seems like it did good. Forklift flower pot today. Crypto wallet. I don't know what I'm looking at. What is going on here? What is that? What I'm being very judgmental. All right, we're going to put that on the side there. Let those ads roll. Bank account. Nope, nope. Just some fingies typing. So working on forklift flower pot. So how did torso tennis do?
Actually a lot. Sorry, I wasn't thinking right. That's almost five gigs, right?
Oh, this is cool.
That's why we peak like you know what. This is something I know more how to do. How many?
I was really happy with how it did for how weird it was.
That's. But I do like the idea of Jim Coach from Torso Tennis saying "work harder."
For Digital Sun Games, how you doing?
That's cool. I actually haven't seen too many of these videos.
This
But
is the way. This is okay. I'm gonna say something, guys. This style is the way to. Instead of doing devlogs, you do these. Do these. Don't make devlogs. Make little mini ads for your game. That's the way. Well, I was impressed, Tomato. I was impressed. I think the style that you guys roll is awesome. It's not just you, right? Is it like a team or is it just you? Oh, it's just you. Well, it's wonderful. I've said it before, and I think you were inspired by it too. But it definitely has that like '90s Nickelodeon vibe, like a Nickelodeon. It feels like I'm playing a Nickelodeon interstitial, and at any moment I'm gonna hear Nick. Nickelodeon nasty, yeah. It's like in between MTV and Nickelodeon, right? Like the same crew. But you're kind of more in between the two during that era. Gotta run. All right, see ya. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're making a game where you cut down trees. We're trying to get. Well, let me show you the forklift. So imagine there's a tree you have to cut down, right? And you got a forklift, or not a forklift. What am I saying? Because he said forklift. Now I'm thinking forklift. This is a cherry picker. So we have this little cherry picker here. We can push it up and down like this. And then we can push out the arm. So imagine you're in said forklift and you can move yourself around. We can also rotate like that. Not a forklift. God darn it. It's a cherry picker. And right now we're working on the chainsaw stuff for cutting down an actual tree branch. Imagine this looks like a tree and not like a telephone with a telephone power line thing with a thing coming out of it. Head over heels. And so we have this chainsaw. We got smoke coming out of our chainsaw now. And then we can cut. We did it! We got it! Holy shit. What a moment. Totally on accident. I'm like, look at the thing we made. Is that every time? What did I change? Okay, hang on. But imagine that the cutting process is longer than that. You don't just instantly slice something. Did we get it? Oh my god. Is that it? Did we do it? Okay, so the mesh needs the texture on the end. We got to fix that. Did we do it? Okay. Let's try cutting another angle. I'm not trusting it now. I don't believe. There it goes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So does that mean I can keep cutting it? Hang on, let's try this. Oh! So we have some problems. Okay. Oh, and how do we end up with duplicates? All right, we got some weirdness. Let's fix the texture thing first. Okay. Let's see. Let's try again. I like that people come in, they have no idea what I'm even excited about. I'm like, yeah, it just looks like how it's supposed to look. Let's look at the scene tree. Now we only have the two. So, can I cut these on the ground? Okay, what happens when I cut the big tree? Whoa. That's not right. We sliced, it's like a slice of cheese. What happened there? Is the second cut acting like it wasn't cut before? I think this has to do with our comparison. I think I'm still wrong. The problem is this line here. And also this code is in the wrong spot now. This needs to be in the core game stuff. But it's this comparison here. We're comparing, so the joint has two nodes. One is the object that we're actually cutting, and the other one is the thing that it's connected to, the other tree. And we're calling it tree object, but really it's lumber we're referring it to. So let's fix that. So this is just cutting lumber, or lumber cutting. Yeah, it might be because we've done some sort of rotation on the shape here. So this shape has been rotated in the transform? No. What about the mesh? No? We'll figure that out. Let's try this. Oh, hang on. Free move has this as well. We're close. Closer than we were when we started the stream today. It's cut in Taiwan. I don't know, Em. I don't know what you're talking about. Oops. Okay, that's not right. Ooh! Let's see if we can fix the mesh on the ends, though. We can update the mesh on the corners. It is a physics body, though. The weight is wrong. And the branch fell. Okay. He cut in twain. Oh, there we go. I thought you said Taiwan. Cut in Taiwan. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Em? So we have let's commit. Whenever we get something close to looking like something, we commit. Lower main volume because chat is crybaby. Okay. Load game from main so we have a static reference to game. First pass at cutting branches and leaving them attached. Almost there. Okay. Someone messaged me on artists. They're looking for artists on the game. That's awesome. She's got it on copy and paste or some sort of autocomplete. Or just do what she says. Okay, let's try cutting the bottom of the tree. What happens there? Oh! It's acting like it's rotated. I think that's what's going on here. Push this branch around. Ugh. Can I jump on it? And so, whoa. Oh, look at the mesh reset. Well, what do we have over here? What is going on? What is this? Okay. We can climb trees, but we don't have that in place again because of this work we're doing. We have to re-implement that once we have this going again. But we do have that, Voxel. You can climb up. You have to trust me on this. You can climb up and you can rotate around it. And you can lean. But right now we're trying to get this cutting thing down. I think part of our problem is that we're not let's keep track of, man, chat's blowing up right now. If we're colliding and we do not equal, and lumber cutting does not equal the collider, then we do all this. Or wait, no, see, the laser position's not going to update now, is it? Oh, it does. Oh, see it. It's only if it's different. So that's fine. It's really the updating of the... Oops. Let's say the name of what we're cutting. We'll say branch, excuse me, and then trunk. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up. You guys keep talking. Invalid access or property to key name on base object type nil. Physics process. free move. Line 31. Oh, I know what's going on. So when we create the mesh, when we create it from the mesh, collision shape, remove child, mesh, set surface material, wood bark material, and the cut. On the cut, it's happening over here. Okay, so what's going on is when we are setting these joints on the lumber, we have to assign that joint to the lumber in its world. So lumber has a reference to said joints. So we say joints. For now, we're just going to append. Just going to raw dog this. And we're going to append the joints. Now, do we have, is it a list of joints? Mesh instance, members. It's an array of the joints, right? So we need to reference the joint. So we append lumber. Lumber joint. That's our neighbor. Not us. The neighbor. And so do the same thing here. Maybe. I don't know. See. All right, there's one cut. Two cuts. Oh, but it's floating. Oh, and that one's back. WTF, Mike. Do we need to clear... I think we need to clear out this when we're all said and done. So no matter what, we say joints clear at the end of this because we have a reference to it, but we're cutting it. It's an entirely new time that we're cutting. So it couldn't be that. Ah, it's the CGI. It's this sumbitch. Or it's the CG, because we use this guy here. We have to dump our lovely lady dumps. We have to go here, CSG combiner. We have to dump this. Dump. So for all the children in it, we have to dump them because we're done. So we dump them. So for each child node, in game CSG combiner, get children, we say child qua free. Qua free. We have to qua free. Okay. Now we qua free. Alright, so there goes that. Gonna go cut again. Yeah, baby! Keep cutting. Oh, what happened? Is that a physics problem? 1, 2. Scooch. There it goes. We're gonna have all kinds of collision issues here soon. Let's turn on colliding. We need to see our collisions now to see how bad everything is, because we do still have that issue that issue from long ago. So if we go over here and we go to quat straight, it's weird how it's off a little bit. So we know that the math that we're borrowing is crap. Now look at this. We've lost the cylinder shape. You see that? So now we're just a crappy old, that's why that collision thing was happening. So we need to maintain the cylinder shape as well. So now we're no longer a cylinder shape because we're building this custom collision based off the mesh. So we have to tell the cutting system, this is our cylinder size, and then use that to reconstruct the, but here's the problem with that idea is we get these these corner shapes. We can't do that with cylinders. There's no crying in baseball. That's why we get that bump as well, because we're not perfectly aligned anymore. So how do we solve this problem, boys? So I sure as hell don't know how. And that's why we're not rolling either. That's why we're not rolling. Do we sacrifice the slice line and make the shape so that it's a perfect cylinder right where the shortest point would be? Do we say we take the center point of our cut? See how we have the laser dot? Do we take that point and make that the ending spots for our wood? I think that's the easy way out of it for now. We use the laser point where that middle of our slice is, and we say that's where the ends of our cylinders are going to be. What do you think? Seems okay to do that. We're almost there to, I mean, this is it. This is the big problem that I was talking about. We get this solved, and now we can go to, okay, now we need the tree, right? We need the sound effects and all that stuff. But the main thing is now that we can do this proper and we can reattach these here's what we haven't done yet is we don't have a multi-branch, like we don't have multiple joints on one side. Right? So we got to figure that out too. But now that we have this, now we can do the motion that I was talking about, where when you hold down the trigger, what I want to have happen is now you move the mouse wheel up or down, and now you're bringing the saw down on the angle that you've set. And you're controlling how deep into the cut you go. We don't have force feedback and stuff like that. So we have to have some way of like, you can't go, like in real life, you can't just cut through a branch like butter, right? There's a pushback on it. So we have to somehow create that feeling of you're holding the mouse down. Now you've hit wood. As you're bringing that mouse down, I don't know. Do you guys have thoughts on like the controls and how we should be doing this to make it feel like you're actually cutting into wood? We also have to get the mesh on the edges of our cut. So I feel like I got rid of that for some reason because I'm an idiot. That's what that other thing was about that I erased. That was about getting the material on the edge. Let me roll back a bit. There's a branch mesh. Oh, it crashed. Oh, crashed again. There we go. The left mouse button to rev. With mouse or controller, I'm going mouse first. I feel like this game might play best with controller, but we're trying to go mouse first. Here's where we add lumber. Right now we're doing mesh. Mesh new. But I think if we initialize with our prior lumber and we call it cut, rather than the red dot locking to the middle point, you could lock to the point that the cut will start. Well, the dot is to signify when you start that's what it always circles around. So the dot is the point at which the chainsaw, so we get that like angle cut, right? So that's the point of it. So once we switch to the chainsaw, I figure we can move it into, instead of a red dot, it'll literally turn into a red line that'll angle around where the dot was. So you can see where the cut would happen. I know, so like in real life, when you start cutting, you can't really, you can roll the, yaw, pitch, roll. Is it, sorry, I gotta get the right terms here. So you can pitch the saw, but you can't yaw or roll it. Yeah. So once you hold down, you've locked your roll and your yaw, and now all you can control is your how much you're moving down and the pitch. Rather than when the blade touches it, it could fire chips. Yes. It's time to move down. Yeah, yeah. And the sound, of course, the sound would change. That's making contact with wood. And that's when then we subdivide the. So I guess the next step here is, and we know we're wrong because when we go to cut, shit. Yeah, we have some problems here. This is a really, and I see, I'm sure that, like, for instance, Wallaber's watching this and he's like, do it this way, right? Like, my instincts on this are, I know we're trying to thread the needle between some kind of realistic element to this and then the fantasy of it. Yeah, we have to set up a place. Yeah, yeah. Once I have this part down, I think we'll move over. I'll move over to that stuff. But I think having the saw go into the wood and cutting, the problem is let's say you start here and you like do a little bit of a cut and then you stop and then you come back to it, and now I'm kind of at a different angle and I do a little bit of another cut and then I stop and then I come over here and now I'm on this side of the branch and then I do a little bit of a cut and then I stop. Like, if we start doing that, we're in hell for implementing the joints and like a lot of that stuff. And this is still broken. So this is all wrong. And you can see now, look at our collisions. Our collisions are wrong. A formula for an area. Yeah, so maybe what we do is once we decide to cut something, we attach Yeah, we could do it that way. Well, obviously, we wouldn't want to pre-bake a bunch of like cut area things or whatever, right? It would be on a per cut basis. So we have a general joint, and what we do is we say, a joint takes up that area, and that joint represents that general volume of space to the nearest one, right? So every time you do a cut, it just says, are we near a neighboring one that's close enough, a neighboring joint? And if it is, then we add this to the total kind of thing for, but I wonder in real life, for instance, if somebody who knows a lot about trees is like, oh, I'll do my grandpa's ancient feathered cut that only we know about, and let's see if it acts the same way in the game. And it's like some weird thing where they're like, you know, oh, do, and they just keep doing something like this, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do? Anyways, stuff like that I'm not sure about. I think, yeah, approximation is key to this. And I think having an approximation is I think approximation is enough. A meter joint, like a miter joint or whatever, like the one, like, suddenly we're making furniture with this. But somebody could theoretically do that. So okay, so let's fix the issue with the fact that we are moving away from a cylinder. So if we have the new mesh that we're building from, and we have the lumber that we came from. If we pass the lumber into the initializer, then we can say from lumber, and that can have information about our cylinder size. And so we can use from lumber to determine the collision instead of doing all this stuff here. And now we use the from lumber information, we get the cylinder size, and we build that out for our cylinder shape here too. Yeah, I'm trying to, it's not letting me open up the thing. It's weird because the account's old. First comment, right? Yeah, that's a ban. Hack maybe. Yeah, probably somebody got their account. It's always a bummer. I clicked a link. There's no link. That's the part that's confusing. Is it a Minecraft Realms thing? Is that what it is? I clicked on a link. They asked for my social. I gave them my social. Is that bad? I gave him my social. Is that okay? Are we okay? So lumber has the collision shape here. So we can basically take the shape and go from there. Now, it's a little more complicated than that, though, because we need to know our cut point. And we have the mesh, lumber, cylinder, everything but the height, radius, margin. Not used in Godot physics. You're not used in Godot physics. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Ooh. Snap. And we can't use the axis aligned bounding blocks because that's giving us nonsense. Ooh. Let's go here. See, we end up with something like this. Look at that. That's all kinds of wrong for the collision. All right. Can we ask if we do the collision shape, if we trust that we're doing the collision shape, can we ask cylinder shape 3D? I can spell. Debug mesh. If we get an array mesh, can we get ABBA? Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. Take a chance on me. So we can't do anything with that. But we know the ABBA for the mesh. Take a chance, take a chance, take it. So if we have the ABBA for the mesh, what can we do with ABBA? And can I give it a point and say intersect segment Returns the first point where this bounding box and its given segment intersects as a vec 3. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. What a weird problem space. What weirdness this way comes. End and size. I'll be right back. Think intersects Ray might be the way to go. I'm gonna grab a snack, some thinking snacks. Abba-dabba-doo. All right, back again. Still not sure how to tackle this. If we know our size, so we have no idea what I like Lunesta is slowly going to dox me. But yeah, that totally happened, Lunesta. That totally happened. Did we go to the fair together that much? I always remember being too poor to do that. Ask Lunesta. Ask if Lunesta is right for you. It is. It's so good. I thought it was a fake drug name. Was it worth boiling a cup of water to get the information that way, Nathir? I'm kidding. I wonder if maybe the pitch for the old internet is a greener internet. Do 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 do. Problem is we can't trust the mesh because we know we're already screwed up when we do the intersection. I have to meditate on this. I think I might need to, if we can move on to something else or take a break from this, or I might call it, because this is like a weird thing. Unless I can push through it somehow. Let's try this. I'm just curious if we can Ugh. My brain is fried. I think, yeah, I gotta trust my gut here. I gotta stop. I might be back later. But we're making progress. So we slice a mesh and we're going to try to take we have to rebuild the collision using a cylinder. So we're going to try and find the center. So wherever our cut is, you know, if it's like this or whatever, there's some center point. And
I was wondering,
Yep.
What's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to a server?
exactly that. And so we want to build a cylinder that fits the mesh, even though the cut may be like this. The shape of the cylinder is like this, and then same on the other side. And that way we can butt them together and everything's still cool. No collisions going on. Because it's from one of the last Minecons where the poor kid was asking how much dedicated RAM is suggested for a server. And it's really sweet. I don't know. I think it's cute. But my brain is fried right now.
The money in the
Ooh,
world
hang on.
to just stop doing what I believe in. That's crazy. That's crazy.
We're going to raid IRAD. IRAD's got a big watch count right now, but it's okay.
Freaking overlay. Jesus. I can't believe it. Why did I build this thing? Oh my god. Do you know how well Godot handles multiplayer at around 30 players or more? It's Godot inherently.
Get some rest and then brain blast it. That's the plan. I mean, it's not actually a hugely hard problem. I think I'm just flat right now. My body is saying, hey, do something else. I'm going to listen. All right. Much love to everybody out there. See you later. Tell IRAD I said hi. Bye-bye.